organic meat sack that.
Alrighty. So I had intended to do a show yesterday, but as I shared a little while ago, my aunt fell. My aunt is in her 80s. It's my mom's sister. And she had fallen and broke her femur and broke her humerus and broke her shoulder. And at 80 some odd years old, that's not a fuck. You don't want to break any bones. I mean, I think the punchline of today's joke is, it doesn't matter what age you are, you don't want to break any bones. Trust me, I've broken a lot. It's not fun. But the big problem is, at her age, she's got osteoporosis. She's got, yeah, that's an end-of-life diagnosis. And that's where we're at right now. My uncle was just admitted to the hospital a couple of weeks ago for brain cancer. He went in, they thought he had mouth cancer again. It turns out he had brain cancer. It was amazing to me. To have brain cancer is usually predicated on the belief that you actually have a brain. And having had many conversations with the man years ago, I wouldn't have believed that you could get brain cancer if you don't have a functional brain. But what do I know? With that said, my aunt wasn't really taking care of herself, and then she fell. Now they're in facilities 25 minutes apart. My little cousin, who is like my little sister, is going to lose both of her parents by Christmas, unless a Christmas miracle happens today. My aunt should be in surgery, either getting the leg fixed or getting the leg removed. I can't load once human. It said no. So, we're just kind of in a boat right now. I wanted to, I did want to stream yesterday, but I decided to take the day off so that I was waiting for that bad news. I was waiting for that bad news announcement of, hey, I need you to fly out to Arizona. And if it comes today, it'll come today. But I wasn't gonna not do what we've done for the last whole lot of years. And I'm really proud of this community over the last whole lot of years, because we have raised and you know, that you think that I would have that at the tip of my fingers, but we have raised $16,000 or $17,000 over the years we've been doing this. Let me see if I can get the, it's like I can never find it on the Extra Life website when I want it. I think I have a bullet for it though. We have raised $14,568 since 2018. So we've been doing this a good long time. Oh, and you know what I forgot to do? Let me restart this machine, because it's not seeming to want to load. And let me, another tweet. I forgot to do that. But I'm really proud of a really small community that's been able to raise $14,568.02. Really, 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 really proud of my community for being able to do that. Because again, we are a really small community. And to be able to do that, we've had thousands of donations. And this year is a little hard. This year is really, really, really difficult for me because if you saw my Discord post, I don't like charity by guilt trip. By the way, don't ever let these get warm. They're terrible. I don't like charity by guilt trip. And I'm not going to say this is the year that, oh, well, if you can't donate, then all I'm asking you is donate $1. I can't do that this year. I really cannot. And the reason why I can't do that this year is, there are some people who literally don't have the dollar. So I'm not going to attempt to raise money that way. In other years, I might have. In other years where I knew everybody was flush, everybody was fat, everybody was happy, I would try like the whole, it's $1. You can donate $1 just to be part of the cause. But I understand that the $215 that we raised may very well be maybe all we raise. And then of course my donations and the company's donation will go in. Today I'm matching up to $250. So if we get $250 in donations today, I will match $250 of that. That's what the company will do. So we are at $215 right now. I will match dollar for dollar everything we get above $215 today. I should have sent the tweet out before I started talking. I can't multitask. Oh, there we go. So, but yeah, I know that I do the politics shows, and a lot of times I'm very adamant about what's wrong with our society. And what's wrong with our society is that we shouldn't be living in a world where extra life for kids needs to exist. And I mean that 100%. I mean that all the way down to my soul. We should not be living in a world where the extra life for kids program needs to exist. We shouldn't need to fundraise for children to get medical care. Children are our only future. They're our only, they're our only end game. If we don't take care of kids, we're doomed as a species. And I know some people that say, well, it's just Darwin's law. It's survival of the fittest. Yeah, you can make that argument. It's a heartless argument. It's an argument without empathy. Because you don't know if one of those kids in one of those hospitals is the kid that solves, your end of life cancer. I don't know if one of those kids isn't the one that grows up to cure whatever is inevitably wrong with me. And besides, I like to have a game where the rules allow for people to get through the tutorial before they get slapped down. And if you think about it, Darwin's law says that we developed empathy as a species in order to continue to proliferate the species. But it's also, I get when people say Darwin's law, like survival of the fittest. There's going to be kids that die. There's going to be, we're going to have childhood illnesses, and I get it. And unfortunately, the problem with being an academician is I can't just arbitrarily throw out an argument that I don't like. It is an argument. It is a valid argument. But I don't think a kid deserves to die before they've had a chance to live. Not when it costs so little to give these kids an actual chance. Some of these families only need a couple of $100. And again, it ties in, and I don't want to do a political show today because I just don't have the energy to give you 100% on a political show. But right now, our country is shut down because one political party is adamantly fighting that we need to provide health care for everybody, and the other political party is saying we're not going to do that. But the problem is both parties are wrong. The Republican Party is wrong because they don't want to give people health care. The Democratic Party is wrong because they want to keep people addicted to subsidies that keep the insurance companies rich. I just want to give people health care. And what really, really bothers me is in the Air Force, I was part of a CASIF unit, a Contingency Aeromedical Staging Facility. And that, combined with an EMEDS, an Emergency Medical Center, Emergency Medical Expeditionary Deployment System, I think is how all the words go together there. We have the ability to put a hospital anywhere in the world in 72 hours. A full-blown, fully operational hospital in 72 hours. And yet we can't provide healthcare to American citizens. I have a really big problem with that. I have a giant problem with having the deployment capability to put a hospital anywhere in the world to provide disaster relief to not even third world countries, but just allied nations. If our allies call us and say we've had an earthquake, we've had a hurricane, we have an outbreak of typhoid, we have an outbreak of this or an outbreak of that, hemorrhagic fever, we have the ability to put people on the ground there with a full-blown hospital in 72 hours. But we can't treat American kids. And hear what I'm saying. I want to treat all Americans. I want to treat all the Americans. Yeah, we have 12 floating hospitals with major surgical suites floating around all over the place. And of course, that gets a little more complicated because attempting to airlift out patients is, just a logistics concern. But we literally have the ability to put a 250-bed hospital anywhere in the world in 72 hours. And yet we can't take care of American kids. And so, luckily places like Grady Children's Hospital exist to help make it a reality for some kids. Now, I understand some of the problem is cleaning up after a disaster is one thing, and it absolutely is. Going in, cleaning up injuries, rock slide, hurricane, tornado, all that, that's one type of treatment. Another type of treatment is these kids that have childhood like leukemia. Like a good family friend of ours, they lost, I'll say it this way, they lost the good daughter to leukemia, and the asshole daughter is like immune to everything. There is something to be said about watching a young person growing up, and then after dying twice to cancer, then turning around and saying to her father, just let me die. Like, this is a young person. This is a young person, like, with 50, 60 years ahead of them. And I get it. Some people feel donating to, spreading the donations around is never going to fix the problem. And I get that. We're putting the money into, like, Grady Children's Hospital, and $1 put there doesn't actually get closer to curing leukemia. It just is for kids to get treated for their leukemia. And I respect that perspective. I get it. I do understand. The trick is that we need to treat the kids that have it. We need to research it. We need to beat it. We need to eradicate it. And I'm not going to disagree with the people that have a more AI logical viewpoint. I'll say you're entitled to your viewpoint. I still think that we should save kids. I worked for, I worked raising money for 65 Roses for many years, which is the cystic fibrosis charity support group. And then I worked raising money for Shriners burn unit for kids. Shriners does a lot of things, but I specifically raised funds for the burn unit because kids don't deserve to go through their whole life with like major bodily burns, but specifically facial burns, because other kids are fucking malicious. We don't need to have kids that literally will say, if you've ever met with those kids would have rather died in the fire than live scarred. So yeah, every year, a couple hours. I physically no longer have the ability to do 24-hour streams. I don't even have the ability to really do 12-hour streams. My health just doesn't allow it. But if I can get on here and make the goal for the day extra life, I'll do that. I'll do that every time. That's sometimes why you'll hear me say I disagree with some streamers. Some streamers, I just grew a shit ton of wheat. Where the fuck is it all? I just harvested, like, these are all, where the fuck is all my wheat? Trying to shook me, he'll never stand to his 5K time is 21:47. Yeah, that's one of the things you'll hear me say about some of these large streamers, and I've said it about Asmongold, and I'll say it about other streamers. I get that streamers have a, like Asmongold has an opinion that he, and rightfully so. I'm not saying that he doesn't have the right or the authority or the whatever the magic words are. Asmongold can do whatever he wants on his show. It's his show. It's his platform. But when he turns off all monetization, he doesn't give the people that want to support him an avenue. I would love to see Asmongold next year if he still wants to stick it to Twitch. I would like to see Asmongold just create an Extra Life for Kids link and just say, instead of donating to me, donate to Extra Life. Like, I don't need your money, but the kids do. I mean, imagine, I don't know how much he would make. I think he would be a top 20 fundraiser for Extra Life. He doesn't need the money, and some people want to give him money, and then he makes it so that Twitch never gets the money. It never passes through Twitch's hands. So if he's that adamant, then go for it, man. Then make it so it never even filters through them. I think that would be great. I think that would be absolutely great. Like, literally, fuck them. Like, go away. You're not getting anything. But no, I saw Shriners and 65 Roses give kids a chance. And so, you know, a couple of hours once a year to raise money, creating your link in January, and then you know, making a little money, make a little money here, make a little money there for them. It's not like I'm there shaking the cup at people all day, every day. I would never do that. That's not my style. I don't really want to rock and roll. So, but in other news, being a cripple sucks. I'll tell you what. I broke both my legs when I was a kid, so I spent a good part of my childhood going to physical therapy appointments. So yeah, I understand. I really do. It was not fun. What's up? Let's see. I will say, after my surgery last year, I didn't have to learn how to walk again, but I sure as shit had to learn to not fall again. Like, stop falling, stupid. Kind of adamantly against them putting this in. They put this factory tycoon thing in, and I'm not really happy that they did. I want them to focus on actual actual game content. Right now, I'm really happy that Where Winds Meet is coming out this week, because I need something other than this. I've been playing a ball buster of self-imposed rules for Crusader Kings 3. Had a blast with my self-imposed rules this week. But I'm really happy that there's an online game coming. And I'm not saying Where Winds Meet will be game of the year. But Where Winds Meet is certainly going to be like new kid on the block for the fourth quarter. Speaking of new kids on the block, I started a little bit of a debate in my Discord, just a touch. I had tested Arc Raiders, and the very first time I tested Arc Raiders, I got killed at the extraction point. That was it. I went through the tutorial, and I said, if this is how the game is going to be, I have zero interest in the game. And there are so many people defending that shitty behavior. And I'm like, okay, you're going to continue to defend the shitty behavior of camping people at the extraction points. The game has now, there's a bunch of people saying they need to remove the PvP. Yeah, people want PvP removed. But then Salty Bread brought up a really good point. If you take out the PvP, and this is where people need to like listen to the words they're saying and dig into it deeper. If you remove the PvP, then all you have is a shitty PvE game. Okay, then all you have is a shitty game. Extraction looters, shooters are full of people like that. You can't do, so you kill people who do and take their shit. Well, the entire premise is this. And here's my problem with extraction shooters on their very premise. You know for a fact there's cameras up there. Whoa. Stop it. What are you chasing? So the looter shooter, the community has cameras that they can see what's going on around the extraction point. And so you see this person commit murder. Oh, so now I'm going to allow that person to come down the elevator? Like, I don't mind. I don't mind if you want PvP in the looter shooter, but I want the world then to make sense. I want you to not be able to extract. I want you to have to go live in like the outlaw community, where you put all the people that like to camp all in one place, and then they can kill each other. I'm completely done. Hadn't had any illness for the last years, but this cold is going to be the enemy. Full program. Everything is exhausting. Trust me, man. We were just doing my yearly medical review paperwork, and I've been sick for more than 75 days of the last 12 months. My immune system is slowly saying, go fuck yourself. And then I was hospitalized this year, and no joke, I thought I was gonna die. I called for a priest. It was so serious, I thought I was gonna die. I gave the wife the passwords to everything. I was like, this is it, babe. I'm dead. I'm gonna die. What are you in? What? Guys are being bad cats this morning. The extraction genre feels like it's trying to straddle roguelites and battle royales. Yeah, you're right. Is there a bug in here? What is up your ass? Why are you so crazy with this bag? My cat that hunts bugs is in here, going donkey balls, and if there's a bug, I want to know about it. I want to get my assist on the kill. Oh, wasn't a bug. Was a plastic knife and a plastic wrap. It's from my salad. But extraction shooters could be done well if the rest of the game was good enough that it could support two realms, or two worlds. If it could support PvE only and then PvP. But from what people have said, the PvE in Arc Raiders isn't that good. And then they're like, the PvE isn't that good, but the PvP is fine. Why the fuck are you making this excuse for the fucking game company then? If the PvE is terrible in an extraction shooter, then the fuck are you playing it for? If you feel the PvE is terrible, then why are you playing Arc Raiders? Why are you not playing a straight PvP game? Why don't you play a game that is like Battlefield or Call of Duty, Fortnite, which is out the box, you're just PvP. Like, that's another thing. Like, I don't want to make fun of Ashes of Creation, but I have to make fun of them because it's so easy at this point. You said you're never going to release a social media post. Every social media post you released was planned 6 months ago. What Margaret Crone said to a marketing guy. Okay. Which was fucking stupid. And then, like, literally, I don't even give a shit about being nice because there's no point. You literally got the Dumbass of the Year award in all of marketing across all products when you said you plan your social media posts 6 months in advance. Cause let me help you out. No, you don't. No, you don't plan your social media posts out 6 months in advance. But then you did a social media post that says, join us on the 31st. Then you did a social media post that says, we need to delay a week because it needs to cook longer. And then you delayed it again because we need to cook longer. So how are you not aware? Like, and this is where Ashes of Creation, somebody called me out on Thursday because I said the game's never going to launch. I said the game is never going to launch. You might get something that looks like a product that launches, but it's not going to be what was originally intended to be Ashes of Creation. And I say that because how in the fuck can your project management be so bad that you delayed the 31st to the 7th because it had to cook some more, and then you had to delay again? What it means is Intrepid Studios hasn't listened, and they're still doing vertical slices. If Harbinger is on the PTR, how is it not ready to show? What the fuck precisely are you still cooking? And so it's literally just with them, it's like you're lying. You're lying and you're not following the things you said you did, which is going to be their downfall. Like, keep lying, man. Keep lying. Keep bullshitting. Keep bullshitting, and people are just gonna then poke through it again. They'll poke you again. They'll poke you again. Just stop bullshitting. Go dark until you actually have some shit worth showing. It's like Chrono Odyssey. I don't know if Chrono Odyssey is going to be good. I don't know if Chrono Odyssey is going to be bad. But I know that Chrono Odyssey figured out that what they had wasn't good. And I'm sure they thought it was good. I'm sure they thought what we've built is really, really good. And then they put it in the hands of the Western audience on a closed beta test. And people fucking hated it. And people said, what the fuck is this? And they said, you know what we better do? Yeah. Should always remember the greatest game that ever was, The Day After. The Day After was total dog shit. The Day After is literally a walking, talking example of overhype. And here's where... Was it the day before? I thought it was the day after. All I know is it was the game that sucked. You may not like Pantheon, but at least their development is development. Their head environmental designer fucking streams on Twitch all the time, and you can see him doing things to implement and test zones. He explains what's ready, what's not, what's conceptual, and how they gray box things so they can get a good look at how it should be. You're right. And that is why I say, when you look at something, you rate it as a project, you rate it as a product. As a project, Pantheon does all the right things. You don't have to like the game, you don't have to want to potentially play the game, but it is really cool to watch somebody going. And remember, if you remember, that's what I said Ashes of Creation should have done years ago. Ashes of Creation could have literally generated all the money they ever would have needed by just changing their marketing strategy a little bit. But unfortunately, that change in the marketing strategy would have involved Steven not being involved. Right now we're talking about I was poking at Intrepid Studios because they've once again had to delay their live stream. But Margaret Crone once said that they plan on their social media 6 months in advance. So if you had the media program, if you had the social media plan 6 months in advance, then that would have meant you had this vertical slice ready 6 months in advance. It's just, honest to God, if Steven doesn't recognize it, a huge part of where his company went fucking sideways was when he hired Margaret. I'm sorry, but it's just, she did a really great job of building up the social media presence of the company. But then they just made a big thing the other day, like, we're on TikTok. Hold on a second. You're just now getting on TikTok? The fuck? You're just now getting on TikTok. You were making shit on Snapchat like 6 years ago. But you're just now getting onto what is the most relevant short form content, short form platform. Like, someone please clue me in here. You're just now getting on to the most explosive growth platform, but you've been making shorts. You literally are making YouTube shorts. And here's the funny part, and this is gonna make me sound like a really big dick, and I'm okay with that. If Ashes of Creation needed additional sources of funding, okay, and I'm not joking here, I'm dead serious. If they're gonna do a monthly live stream anyway, why didn't they just monetize their Twitch channel and accept Prime subs? All they had to do was turn on monetization for their live streams, make their live streams, right? Make their live streams a little bit more often, but not in the format they do. Break the live stream up then into 1 week a month. They have Steven and Margaret, and they do the show. They shouldn't even do the show the way they do, but let's say they really absolutely feel they have to. Then fine, do that. Do it that way, once a month. And then the other time a month, just have Steven talking. Like, literally, what he did in the past that worked. Also, how in the fuck would they need more money? They had all the fucking money in the world. Well, they didn't have all the money in the world, Dram. They didn't have all the money in the world. They had about $35 million plus 12 million in crowdfunding. That's so to give you a great example. I've seen a lot of my dad was a project manager, a carpenter, a tradesman, house builder, all that shit. I've watched new general contractors freak out because they're behind schedule. And so they bring on like 6 more guys. Because general contractors normally do the framing. They're usually carpenters. I don't know why disproportionately, but they're usually carpenters. They're usually the framers because they touch so many parts of the project. Well, I've seen new rookie general contractors freak out because they're behind schedule, bring on like 6 more guys, and then they have a weekend where they don't get anything done because they're trying to explain the work. What's up, champ? Hey guys, no longer banished from my village. But I've seen another general contractor who is really good at what they're doing going on a weekend and frame an entire house with one other person because they're not there. They're not like the phone is off. The phone's in the truck. They're not trying to run the rest of the business today. They're just framing. I saw a general contractor buddy of mine spent the better part of a weekend framed out an entire project he was behind on. He's like, when you can't afford to be late, you can't afford to be late. Intrepid went up to 250 people. If you believe what Steven said, They went up to 250 people. Now, I'm not saying I believe what Steven said. I'm not saying that. Because I put together a video where I point out that every other time you've said you have this many people working for you, it can't be independently validated. So I'm not saying you have 250 people working for you. What I'm saying is you claim to have... There it is. Where the fuck did that all go? I said you claim to have that many people working for you. It's not that my dad had 9 certifications. It's that when you're a business owner, you basically, long story short, when you own a business, you better be able to do all of the work your people do. Otherwise, you're being held hostage when people don't show up to work. Like if people don't come into work, you're fucked, because then you're at a dead standstill. Yeah, Intrepid also has 130,000 alpha testers. You have 130,000 alpha testers, but you think the best idea then is to, you think the wise idea is to do another big advertising push, and you're going to try to bullshit claim it so that you get new perspectives. And again, I'm not trying to be a jerk. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not trying to be hurtful. But Steven is the reason his company will fail. If Steven actually gave a shit about anything that he said, where Steven, remember, he used to say, well, we go out and we find the best people. Okay, well then find a better creative director. Because you ain't it. And all those people, why the fuck do those go into a refrigerator? All those people that got jobs with you that are going to be unemployed when your company fails. Because if the only thing that makes sense with Intrepid Studios is that the only thing that makes any level of sense is that they need money, and that's why they're doing an advertising campaign. That's why they've set the game the way, or they've set up this Harbinger's build so that they can try to draw in more players. Well, more players means more money, means more purchases. And this is where I will call Steven out for being completely full of shit. If your statement is, we need to do an advertising campaign because we need to get more feedback on the game. Well, number one, go talk to all the people that already paid you and then have stopped playing your game and find out why. And you're going to have to wade through hundreds and thousands of pages. Yes, it's an enslaved dino cooking. He's not enslaved. He has toys. He's not a slave. I'll show you. Just because you're like the... Yeah, he's an employee. Look. See? He wants it to be a red light. He wants there to have a toy, and he wants it to be warm. Well, he's on the back wall of the kitchen. There's his sheep, and he's got a red light above him. He's being paid. See, look, he's happy. See, and every so often, when we don't need him for a moment, we even take him outside to play. He missed the roof. More purchase of what? Packs for a game that doesn't truly exist. Right, and so here, right, I think it's, let's see. Which game mode do you like most? Manibus, Endless Stream, or Way of Winter? I like Manibus because Way of Winter is annoying. I loved Way of Winter the way it was, and I want to look at Way of Winter when they say we're done. But Rail tested it, and he said that they completely changed the thermal tower. Well, the thermal tower was the entire basis of running that particular scenario, because then you had to work on building your tower. You had to, defend it. You had to purge it. To get off. I mean, we can bash on Ashes of Creation all show, but to talk about once human doesn't know what they want their game to be. They're not even sure what they're trying to build anymore. And I think that is more and more very easy for a game company to lose sight of what they're trying to build, of what they're trying to make. It's really easy for them to say we've lost our identity. We've lost our direction. We're not sure. The Ashes of Cremation, that's just what it'll be in the end, just ashes. Right, and the sad part is, Steven got lost in the sauce. I can't remember what he promised with these node systems, but it sure ain't gonna be that. Well, they've already reduced the node system by at least 30%. They went from having 103 nodes to 85, and then they went from having 6 node stages to 5. Well, that's a huge cut. The node system doesn't even function yet. And why do you have anything up for testing at all if the fucking node system doesn't work? And I don't give a shit who, you notice that whenever I get critical of Intrepid, their bitch the whole time has been Jalan doesn't say things in a nice way. You notice the one thing that they've never said? Steven has tried this and lost every single time. I'm not wrong from a technical standpoint. So what they get is, when they sent me my letter about my attitude and my behavior, it wasn't the points you're making are wrong. It's, we don't like the way you're making them. Well, tough shit. Put your big boy panties on. Take a hit. You've once again, all you care about is other people's money. Yeah, we don't like you bullying us, even though it's all true. No, I don't care who wears the panties. Just put the big pair on. Well, yeah, chicken shits, and that was what was funny too. You're gonna send me an unsigned letter. Oh no. The only thing I don't like about you missed deviations that's important is like Pup Buddy. You can get Pup Buddy out of the settlement machines. And the truth is, yeah, Pup Buddy is pretty important, but as long as you know somebody that can make you 50 of the pots, I don't run around deliberately with the pots on. I only use the pots when life has taken an unfortunate turn of events and I'm dungeon running and I have too much loot. There are 5 settlement machines in Way of Winter. I have my own development system in progress. I got used to working alone, and it's also good and bad. I would like to be able to afford to pay an artist and a writer. That would help me a lot. But when it comes to the programming side, I got that on lockdown. Well, right, but let's look at that for a second. It would be great if you had a artist and a writer, which means every minute you're writing, you're not programming. Every minute you're fucking about with art, you're not programming, which is fine. But the drawback comes if you were trying to build a top shelf, oh my god, what the fuck barbecue chicken game, then you would need other bodies. You can't do everything by yourself. Well, I don't think people I don't think the problem at Intrepid is people are burnt out. I really don't think people at Intrepid are burnt out. I think some people might be fed up with Steven. And I would get, because I've been in, how's my backpack looking? 2 hours and 24 minutes. Yeah. I think working in a scenario where you're constantly working on vertical slices for showcases has to get annoying, because you never have a chance to really like take it apart and get it fixed. All you're doing is you're literally constantly just keeping it running. Yeah, I don't think the Soul Summoner is applying her buff to him. I must have just had really good crits. I must have been on plus 25% crit damage when I did him. I've been spending years wondering what percent of Bacon leaving was him suddenly being offered an opportunity. Oh, Jeffrey leaving in VR and Bacon leaving was him desperately looking for VR. Well, Bacon left, and I talked to Michael. I talked to Michael. Michael left because he had a death in the family. And he no longer had the childcare that he needed, because he was spending like 2 hours a day in the car commuting. So he didn't leave Intrepid because he was disenfranchised. Yeah, you're talking Jeffrey Bard. You're saying Bacon, but you mean Bard. Jeff Bard left. Now, I will say this. Jeffrey Bard should have never been the lead game designer. If you look at his resume, he should have never been the lead game designer. He was qualified to have the position because he grew into it, but he applied to be a quest writer. And Steven hired him. So Steven literally brought on a person that had no background, had never been a lead game designer before. Now, leadership as an art doesn't require you to have already done the job. And I mean this, I'm not being facetious here. If you have the right support people, you can learn to be a leader with the right support people in place around you. But what's really, really hard is learning to be a leader past a certain level, unless you bring on people specifically to help you be a leader. A lieutenant going into the military goes through an onboarding source, except for Air Force COT, which is commissioned officer training. Different story for them, but that's doctors, lawyers. To be a lieutenant in the United States Air Force, you go to OTS, or you go to ROTC, or you go to the academy. You go to one of the 3 commissioning sources, and they prepare you to be a lieutenant. Now, the trick is, you need to understand you've been told the basics. You've been told the basics of being a lieutenant. You don't know how to do the job yet. Yeah, the monster can't catch me yet. I have 3 minutes left on a buff. I need to drink another drink to get rid of my beer buff. Can you go to West Point and then enter the Air Force? You can. It is a very, 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 very rare occurrence. But yes, you can. You can go to one commissioning source. You can go to one academy and then get your commission at another academy. You can. It's very, very rare. It's even rarer to go up. If you go to the Air Force Academy, you're very not likely to get your commission into the Army. If you went to West Point, you're a little bit more likely to have gotten your commission into the Air Force, but they don't like to do it because they just spent 4 years teaching you how to be an Army officer, and now the Air Force is going to have to teach you all the shit to be an Air Force officer that you should have learned at your academy. But then you have the basics of leadership. But then when you get to your first base, you're going to learn an awful lot of stuff from everybody around you. And most of that is not going to be from higher ranking officers. It's going to be from enlisted. A leadership, like, there is one philosophy of leadership that says you should be able to do the job of the man below you. That's one philosophy of leadership. And in combat, it's a good philosophy of leadership. But in the civilian world, you want as many specialists as you can get, and you don't want a lot of generalists. I don't want one guy that does 5 jobs. I want 5 guys that do 5 jobs, or 5 girls, whatever. I want 5 people doing 5 jobs. I don't want one guy doing 5 jobs. I don't want 5 people that can do any one of the 5 jobs. And you're like, well, wait, that means if somebody's sick, you don't have you don't have downtime. Sure, but generalists are usually good enough. Specialists are kick ass at the one thing they do. And so when Steven hired Jeffrey Bard, it was good for Jeffrey Bard because Jeffrey Bard got put into a position that he could grow into. And it was good for Steven because he hired somebody that knew enough, but not somebody who was so strong-willed that he was going to try to wrestle the project away from Steven. The problem is, a lot of those first people Steven hired, he said once, I was given the advice to not hire producers because producers can get in the way of the creative process. That right there tells you that you should have fired everybody who had ever told you not to hire producers. Because project managers don't get in the way of the creative process. Project managers bring you to heel so that you're not running all over the place, spending money, wasting time. Like, if Steven hadn't been the CEO and the creative director, if Steven had hired somebody to come in and run the company, they wouldn't have been doing vertical slices the way they've been doing them. Because the person would have come in and said, no, this is a stupid waste of time, effort, energy, money, resources. It's dumb. We're not going to build vertical slices to show off. We're just going to build. And then when we have stuff to show off, that's what we will show off. We will show off what we have. We won't build stuff specifically to show stuff off. It's like somebody pulled out of the files the thing that was the live stream arc. They built an arc that they could run on cue just to show off. Well, that's cool in like year one. That's not necessarily really cool in year 9. So, but no, so I think a lot of the problem with Ashes, as we're seeing now, they don't even know, they don't know when they're going to have anything ready. Oh, it'll be ready on the 31st. It'll be ready on the 7th. It'll be ready on the 14th. And I think everybody's just too afraid of losing their job. Because let's be honest, if Steven throws a temper tantrum in his Discord and bans people, do you think it's by any stretch of the imagination not likely in somebody's mind that if you stand up to the boss, he'll fire you? I hate when they try to showcase things that are not ready just to build up hype. So they disappoint in the end by scrapping the idea because it would take too long. Yeah, there you go. Dram 100% believes Steven would fire an employee that disagreed with him. Yeah, I don't like this deviation. I just don't think it's worth the loss of something that holds aggro. You know, Faye, I have no idea because I can't find a single reference of him ever owning a real estate business. which is weird because I can find out all sorts of shit about the man. I can find out all shades of things about him. I can't find one source, and I'm not saying a reputable source. I can't find one source at all that he ever owned a real estate business. I'm not saying he didn't, because I got to be careful here. I'm not saying he didn't, but I can find images that show how much he was making a month when he was in multi-level marketing. I can see awards that he was voted for, him and his mom, when he was in multi-level marketing. But I can't find a single thing. Not one entry. I can't find his name on one real estate deal. And given the fact that who he brought in for a CFO, he brought in a CFO that... Okay, so I'll let you tie this together. He brought in a CFO named Ryan, and that CFO has been sued by the person that owns 9.7% of the company. Jason Karmanos, the Yaya Legacy Trust, has sued the company that Jonice Global that Ryan is still listed as the CFO for. Now, again, I'm not saying he's the CFO. At both. I'm saying he's still listed as the CFO. How do you have a company of 250 employees and your CFO works for two companies? At 250 employees, your CFO should be busy. With 250 employees, your CFO, unless they have somebody else doing all of the day-to-day work, and that person's just operating as chief financial officer, it's just a little weird to me. It's just a little weird. And again, I'm not insinuating anything. I'm just saying it's a little weird. You have investors, but you said you didn't. Which is exactly why I stopped covering Ashes. Which is why I'm really excited for Where Winds Meet. Now, Where Winds Meet is coming out this week. I'll be covering it a lot. Hey, what's up? It's a bit sussy. I'll be covering Where Winds Meet. I'm really excited about it. It's going to be hard for me. You're not going to see fantastic fucking combat gameplay. My hands are in really shit shape. So I'm not even going to remotely say that I'm going to be killing it. Where Winds Meet it's an action combat MMO centered around like the Legend of the Five Rings era, and it's not happy, feel good, fluffy like Final Fantasy XIV. It's not goofy like WoW. It's like a more serious, grounded, down to earth experience. Let me grab these two, and then I'll give a little feedback. I don't want to die. I'm not in the mood to die a lot today. So I had notes for last week. I did up all my notes, but then my hands were just killing me. Just absolutely fucking. I was in absolutely agony last Saturday. Or last Sunday when I woke up. So, Where Winds Meet is an epic wuxia open world action adventure RPG set in ancient China at the 10th century. Players assume the role of a young sword master as they embark on a journey to uncover the mysteries of their own identity. So, immerse yourself in the captivating 5 dynasties and the 10 kingdoms period of China, where epic battles and legendary tales come to life. And NetEase is publishing. NetEase has been really good lately. I will say this. Once Human is NetEase, and the game has been out for more than a year and a half, and 0 pay to win. Yeah, as publishers, 0 pay to win. So, the game is free to play on PlayStation 5 and PC. The developers have said no pay to win. Monetization will be cosmetics, a battle pass, and gacha mechanics for cosmetics only. Loot box style pull for cosmetics, but those are anecdotal. I haven't seen them stated. Here's the thing, gacha cosmetics I don't have a problem with because they're cosmetics. I hated the ArcAge system where things you needed for upgrades were locked behind RNG boxes. The studio has said we don't have any pay to win elements, so it's not like you can purchase your power level. Monetization relies on making yourself look good, costumes, mounts, visual effects, season pass, and the post-launch story content is described as free. There is no stat boosting, there is no power for play, and there is nothing that says a Western audience is getting a different build. Now, one thing we got to look at right away, the first thing we look at when we drop into the game this week will be the battle pass structure. If it sells time saving for gameplay power, that's soft pay to win. Right, that's what's on the battle pass. Watch for starter or booster packs that include gear. So there's a lot there we need to look out for. The game is about the variety of weapons and martial arts style. You'll be able to use spear, sword, fan, dual swords, umbrella, glaive, each with distinct weight, speed, and attack angles. You'll be able to craft your own martial arts build. You can mix and match. Yeah, umbrella. Very Dynasty Warriors style. The game, and don't ask me more about this because I just have the cursory information. Combat builds are flexible. Pure combat style, the game has occupations or professions. The list I was given was architect, merchant, doctor, ferryman, orator, and bodyguard. And then the game has 3 different directions: profession, occupation, open world exploration, and your perfection of your martial arts. Crafting is integrated with the occupation profession system. If you take the architect, no, it's an online open world game. Yeah, it's online PvP. Online co-op. Oh, no, it's not. I was given shitty information. 150 hours of gameplay, open your world up to 4 friends and seamless co-op. Well, there goes that. This is it's single player co-op. I don't like that at all. I'm very disappointed. I was given bad fucking information. I was given bad fucking information. I was told that it was thousands of people per server. I was not told it's 4 friends in a single world. Well, that's going to radically change the game. Jalan's day been ruined. Well, yeah, there goes that. Yeah. There goes that. We'll still check it out, but there goes that. Oh, I'm so sad now. Gacha costumes in a single player game. Now that changes it so much that, yeah, now that's fucking stupid. If it's going to be a single player game, then let me buy what I want and a battle pass. Right. Ah. Much sadness. Much sad. That's okay. I'll still have Crusader Kings 3. And now that I figured out, I wrote my first mod. Where are the people with the pitchforks? Or they only do that to Ubisoft? We only do that to Ubisoft. Okay, so that does radically, like, bum me out. Like, seriously. How are you gonna... I guess that's why it didn't show, like, because somebody had given me a synopsis. And that's the first time all of my research led me to it's only 4 people in your world. That's fucking dumb. Because they deceptively use words like open world. Yeah. I think that's where we're at now. Well, it's one other thing I saw was an open world game with thousands of players. But they didn't say it's an open world game with thousands of players all at the same time. Yeah, they say, oh, you play with others. Right, exactly. They pieced it together so it's an open world game. Yeah. There's thousands of players. Oh, but only 4 of them are ever in your world at a time. No, I'm very sad. But that's okay. I'll still have Crusader Kings 3 to play. My new rule for Crusader Kings 3, I'm doing a playthrough. And the rule is I cannot fabricate claims. And the only people whose claims I can press are family members. I'm sorry. Well, I haven't decided yet because the cadet branch hasn't formed in my dynasty yet. Right now, I can only press claims of dynasty members. So I'm playing like the long-term, like, marriage simulator. So I've got to get people married. And then I've got, like, because in Crusader Kings, if you marry somebody that has a pressed claim, when that person dies, those pressed claims become unpressed. And then you've got to, at the end of your lifetime, the claims go away. So I spent the first part of the game, in the first generation, marrying people off. Now my kids are all dying. And now my grandkids have claims. And as I'm clinging on to life, as I'm clinging on to life, I'm trying to press as many of my grandkids' claims as I can. Could you make a mod that prohibits you from making claims yourself? No, unfortunately, because I looked into the code. Because you can get claims on things through no action of your own. If you did that, you would break the Legends system, because the Legends system gives you claims. If you're somebody's heir and they have pressed claims, you get unpressed claims when they die. There are some things in CK3 that you just have to not cheat. The problem is if you set it up so fabrication of claim is unavailable, then nobody... You could disable the Realm Priest's ability to fabricate claims. You should be able to just throw it in a is player equals yes on the fabricate claim counselor task. The problem at that point is I'd have to look to see if you can modify that at that level. You might be able to do that. You might be able to modify it so that the player can't use that task. That particular panel doesn't like being messed with. That's why most of the mods don't mess with that. They put them in court position. Like if you want the court to be able to do something different, most of the time people don't mess with the council directly. They mess with the council indirectly, or they create a court position that does something. Like one guy wanted it's easy changing the existing counselor positions, more of a pain. Well, the problem, you're right, it is easy to change them. Kind of. But then your mod only works for one DLC, assuming they don't touch... You're assuming they're not going to touch that feature, or they're not going to add something else to it. Like, when they... I'm trying to think of a good example. Like, when we went from Europe to Nomads, there were a lot of things changed, so you'd have to make sure that your mod continued to not fuck with all the other things. Like when stats got changed. And this most recent time, they changed even how effects work, which really was annoying. But yeah, I'll have to look into seeing if you could just do a one-line mod that changed that. Although, I don't think necessarily I need to write a mod for people to be honest, for me to be honest about not fabricating claims. Like, hey, you're gonna play a run through where you don't fabricate claims. Okay, well then just don't fabricate claims. Because I find map painting to be completely overrated. Like everybody does their one map paint where they just take over the whole world. But after that, you want to start playing like more and more difficult challenges. Although what I would like to mod is I would like to create a mod called That's Bullshit. And the mod is, you have a 95% chance of success and a 95% chance of secrecy. And all of the people that are your agents, you have a strong hook on and an imprisonment reason. And then somebody reveals your secret that you were involved in the murder. Like, okay, thanks for letting everybody know that I'm the murderer. Go to jail, lose your head. Like, why would anybody reveal that? Like, I literally own you. I literally can put you in jail right now. Oh, it's down there. I didn't kill that one earlier. I can literally end your existence. But you can kill me, but I'm gonna let everybody know what you just did. It's like Varys in season 8 of Game of Thrones. Hey, Jon, want to commit treason? Right in front of everybody. Like, come on. Varys isn't that stupid. One thing I will criticize, Starry Studios NetEase and their creator program. I don't mind if you change the creator program. Change it, make it better. But when all you're like, when you're worried about, when you're worried about just getting more views, when you're worried about just getting more views, but you're not worried about getting conversions. So you've had 3 different marketing companies come in and try to run your creator program. I will say this, Intrepid Studios had set up one of the best foundations of a creator program. Except they didn't execute it very well. Can you criticize the game as a creator, or would they freak out and disown you? Let me say this. Since I don't live on any of the money, like the money that I make covering some games goes right into the donation pot. Like today I'll be matching $250 in donations. So, whatever, we had $215 at the start of the show. Whatever we get throughout the show, I'll match donate today. And then I'm going to try to stream a little bit tomorrow so I can match donate tomorrow too. These companies are worried about making sure their creators don't say anything bad. What's wrong with negative feedback? What's wrong with constructive criticism? Hey, I don't know why you guys took your looter shooter and created Factory Tycoon. Because somebody had to write the rules for this, right? Somebody had to create the rules for this. They had to write this. They had to code this. That's not what people wanted. People want, like, it's a looter shooter. Speaking of Paradox Games, UE5 is pretty solid at launch. Some crashes and bugs that are being fixed, but otherwise good. Apparently the Chinese community got angry because the game focuses too much on Europe, though. The Chinese community is why Paradox Interactive just added all of China to Crusader Kings. Here's a problem. Look up UE5 so that you can understand why it's crazy the Chinese community would be mad UE5 focuses on Europe. China wasn't in Crusader Kings. No. Not in the level of detail it is now. Why was China not in Crusader Kings? Which fucking crusades went to China? Guess what else isn't in Crusader Kings? Canada. The United States. Mexico. Fucking why? Why don't the... What? Oh, we have plenty of history. Except we don't have a relevant history. Crusader Kings ends default in Dude, yes yes we do. Okay, yes the fuck we do. If you go and you ask all the Native American tribes their fucking history, they fucking have it. The fucking Native Americans that were run into by people like Lewis and Clark reported that these tribes were able to fucking report back when their grandfather's grandfather was a boy. That's 6 generations back. Right. That's why when people say, why isn't North America in Crusader Kings 3? Because it wasn't, they weren't part of the world. Like, Crusader Kings' default ending date is 1493. That Mischief. Mr. Chief. Come here, Mr. Chief. Why are you howling like your tail is on fire? Why are you carrying on? Come here. Come here. Mr. Chief, come here. Mr. Chief. He's being a jerk. No, he's mad because he's got some illegal love affair going on with my emotional support cat, but he attacks her and the other girl cat attacks her and she won't fight back because we thought it was her that was abusing our elderly cat, so we had to give her back to the Humane Society. So I don't think she'll fight back because I think she's afraid if she fights back, she'll get sent out again. You're right. They weren't part of the European-centric world stage. You are correct on that. They were not part of the European-centric world stage. Absolutely accurate. The trick is, when people say, well, why isn't North America in CK3? Because it wasn't part of the Crusades era. Because they don't need to be. China wasn't. China was part of the East Indian Trade Company, absolutely, but we weren't trying to crusade against China. Yeah, China is still important to the medieval world. Kind of. But it's the entire premise of Crusader Kings should be, yeah, through long distance trade, but China wasn't invading England. England wasn't invading China, mostly. Scotland didn't have to worry about some, sub-Saharan African country rolling up and conquering them. I get why people want that, but it's not really accurate representation. I'll be right back. China just didn't work well with people because they had some pretty radical beliefs. They would have gone their own game with the Mongol. Well, yeah, ultimately that's what they did do. If you play CK3, they took care of covering the majority of what the Chinese would have done with legitimately what the Chinese would have done. Let's see. Where are we at? So yeah, back to Extra Life for Kids. Really happy to really happy to spend a couple of hours, you know, working to raise money for kids. It's I saw that, like, I will say this about Intrepid Studios, and you can think of me what you will. I think it was really kind of shitty of them to start doing charity fundraising and raising $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 and then just stop. Like, I don't think they had a plan to do any charity fundraising. Like, imagine how much money Intrepid Studios, when they were popular, I don't think they could pull it off right now because they're pretty unpopular. But I had suggested multiple times that what they should do, sell a cosmetic and donate the proceeds to Extra Life. You got a bunch of people that won't make a $5 donation to charity, but they'd buy a $5 cosmetic. And what you could have done is you could have had an artist design an apothecary set, 7-piece apothecary set, and then each year, right? Each year sell a cosmetic piece for $5, and then people donate, and then you literally, if your game ever launched, is the big piece. And if your game ever launched, you could see the people that had been following the game for years because they'd have the full cosmetic thing. They stopped raising money for charity. To the best of my knowledge, they did not support Extra Life last year. And to the best of my knowledge, they're not going live today to support Extra Life. Which, to me then, is going to be another one of those things that they have to answer. Why did you raise money for charity all those years at the start of your company, but then you stopped? And unfortunately, people are going to be under the assumption that they stopped because they didn't feel they could get any publicity for themselves out of it. And I know some people are going to say, well, when you do a 24-hour stream, it really takes a lot out of you, and it takes about a week to recover. And you're right, it does. When you do a 24-hour stream, it can take upwards of a week to recover. But nobody's saying you have to do a 24-hour stream. You know, you're a whiny butt. Nobody's saying you have to stream for 24 consecutive hours. Just do a couple of 8-hour charity streams. Yeah, I think it's a huge deal if a place comes to rely on you. And again, charity-wise, a place comes to rely on you, and then you just kind of cold turkey them. Which is why, honestly, Rady Children's Hospital is in California. It's in San Diego. I started doing Extra Life for Rady. When as a streamer, I had done some other charity stuff. Veteran stuff mostly. And then Intrepid did theirs, so I joined the Intrepid team. Well, last year Intrepid didn't fundraise, but I still raised money for Rady. Now, granted, I raised a teeny tiny fraction of what Intrepid did. Intrepid raised, over the years, probably $300,000 for Rady's, which is huge. But they could, sure, if they don't want to raise more, don't raise more. I do think it speaks volumes, though, that you stopped doing the charity work. But it's not like your game came. I could have understood if you didn't do the charity work last year because your game had come out last year and you were like, there's no way we can simultaneously support launch and do charity work. But right now you hear all these people talk about, well, first of all, it boggles my mind where people talk about, like, Elon Musk. Somebody challenged Elon Musk and they said it would only cost you $6 billion to fully fund Snap. And Elon Musk knew that that wasn't accurate, but he said to the person, I think it was JB Pritzker, he said, go ahead and write that up then. If it's only 6 billion, give me an itemized list and I'll fund it. Yeah, but he's not a trillionaire. What people need to understand is he's almost a trillionaire on paper. But say he liquidates 1% of his Tesla stock. He'll get the current market rate on that 1%. The moment he tries to liquidate 2% of his Tesla stock, the price goes down. The moment he tried to liquidate 10% of his Tesla stock, Tesla goes into a free fall. So then who benefits? Nobody. I am tired of, like, everybody wanting somebody else's money. Well, and it wouldn't just kill his company, it would kill the market. Stocks aren't independent. Stocks make up the fund. And if the fund, if one or two stocks in a fund go crazy, the entire average goes crazy. But what kills me is everybody wants somebody else's money. Yeah, he could get a few billion. He could get a few billion. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with it. There's an entire theory and mathematical formula that applies to the stock market. Yes, there is. Yes, indeed, there is. It's like I picked up 250 shares of Ubisoft. About $1.60, $1.40, whatever it's at. Now he could use those stocks as collateral and take out a whole more in loans, though. And who gets hurt with that? No, nobody. When people complain that rich people are able to leverage loans to fund what they want, and the bank makes interest, and it allows the bank to have more money to pay you stuff, to let you get a car loan, you get a house loan, you get a business loan. Who's losing? Because I'm cool. Like, I'm cool with the idea of let's put in regulation. I think it's a matter of proportion. It's not a matter of proportion. It's a matter of, unless there's somebody losing, tell me why it's a problem. Because if somebody's not losing, it's not a problem. I think people are mad because they give them more proportionally. Well, yeah, of course they'd be. Yeah, but if they just sold... Here's Salty Bread, without going too political on my political day off. Here's why all the people that are complaining can shut the fuck up. Because you're complaining about something, the people complaining are complaining about something they don't even understand. You're mad that Elon Musk doesn't have to sell shares of stock because he can leverage loans. So he would rather give the interest money to the bank rather than give tax money to the government, because the government gives handouts and people haven't learned to stand on their own. People are reliant on a government handout. And then people are shaming you if you don't donate to their food pantry stand outside of the grocery store. And people are calling Catholic churches, and they're putting them on full blast on TikTok, because there's this mother running a TikTok channel. What she's doing is she's socially engineering to see which churches are actually taking care of the hungry. Well, unfortunately, churches aren't just going to give out money. Churches aren't just going to give out handouts. Karthos is not going to be here for a couple of weeks. He's doing his thing. He's doing a vacation, but he talked about a bakery in Oregon that put out all the day-old bread and pastries so hungry people could take what they needed to feed themselves. And a woman came along and took everything and said it was to feed her hungry kids. You think the bakery is going to put out any more day-old food? No, because one person ruined it for everybody. Yes, he's excessively Karthosing. I'm just mad the companies ruined the video game industry, so I hate them all now because I figure they're doing the same thing in other industries. I hate to be the bearer of bad news for you, man, but no company ruined the video game industry. No company ruined the video game industry. Consumers ruined the video game industry. No, none of them did. None of them fucking did. None of them did. The consumers did. You want to know why the video game industry sucks? The consumers. Video game companies spend $500 million to make a game. Well, let's keep it realistic. Video game because we will stop. No. Yeah, because they'll buy slop. But I'm not talking about the slop piece. I'm talking about the pirating piece. You have a company that spends $50 million back in the day to make a game. And then people pirate it. Okay. Well, that company only made $5 million in profit. If everybody who pirated the game had bought a copy, they would have made $100 million in profit. Whales keep games alive. You're right. If you have a $15 a month monthly subscription to a game, let me clear this real quick and then I'll go out to the chalkboard. You have a $15 a month monthly subscription to a game. It's $180 a year. And most games that give a yearly subscription give usually a pretty lucrative discount for you to pay for 12 months in advance. So who needs to reload? Reloading is for suckers. Okay, so you have $180 if a person pays $15 a month for the whole year. But what generally happens is if the game is $14.99 a month, it's $13.99 if you do 3 months. It's $12.99 if you do 6 months. It's $11.99 if you do 9 months. It's $10.99 if you do 12 months. So they have to factor that in, that their loyalist customers will pay $10.99, which means they've already taken a haircut of $48 If they offer yearly discounts, they lose $48. Yeah, you get the lifetime when that's an option. So now the question is, how many people will we have at a $14.99 a month sub? And let's say we're going to have 1 million users. And then people immediately say, well, that's $180 million a year in profit. Well, it's not. It's less than 180 million. It's at least 131,880, and it's up to as much as 180 million. Now, what if we make the game free? So we make the game free, and we get 10 million players. And we say out of 10 million players, in a hypothetical situation, we hope to get $23 a year out of all of our players, right? So that means we're gonna get $230 million. But if we have whales, if we have whales, we believe that we can get $2,000 from a whale. So that means if we get $2,000 a year from whales, we need 115,000 players to be whales. And so we take 115,000 divided by 10 million, which means we need to get 1.15% of our player base to spend $2,000. No, the whales don't screw up the average. In this game, the thought process now is we have 10 million players that are playing our game for free, and we need 115,000 of them to pay $2,000, and the other 9 million and change can pay $0. And our game makes us the same amount of money. $2K isn't low for a whale. $2K is high. $2K is high for the average person. It's good for the company, but bad for you. Yeah, but don't blame the company. What you're saying is the company has the option to make this or to make this. And you want the company to choose the bottom number? The company's fucking fault. That ain't the company's fault. It's the players' fault. Because the players should absolutely not be doing this. But then their game lasts 2 months. There has to be a trade-off. What do you mean their game lasts 2 months? I'll give you a second. I'll be right back. But what do you mean their game lasts 2 months? Yeah, Throne and Liberty still exists. ArcAge, hey, Sweeza. ArcAge lasted, right? ArcAge did if I recall correctly, 5 fresh starts, and then Unchained, and then an Unchained fresh start. And then people just kept giving ArcAge money. Where video game companies needed to dig their heels in is video game companies needed to say, when players are like, I'm not going to pay a box price and I'm not going to pay $15 a month for a sub. Okay. Well, how are you going to change your model? We're not. What do you mean you're not? We're not interested in having you as a customer. We're okay knowing that the box price pays off the lion's share of our development, and the monthly sub gives us the money to do ops and sustainment, and kind of helps pay the early cost of the next box price. You don't need to have your game make $230 million at the expense of, like you said, your game pissing everybody off very, very quickly. What you need is your game to just grow. Well, a game today with a box price isn't going to be successful. Bullshit. WoW is successful. Final Fantasy XIV is successful. Look at Palworld. They have good monetization. Even Ark, they make tons of money, and people are happy. What do you mean people are more happy? What do you mean they're more happy? How many people are playing those games? They only have to buy it once and get countless hours of content. Yeah? And that's because they don't have to incur cost on ops and sustainment. Well, I for Ark, I assume you mean Ark Survival Evolved, unless you mean Ark Raiders. Remember, if a game is online and it plays on somebody else's server, yeah, Ark Survival Evolved, right? It doesn't, and I mean, you can rent servers that are up 24/7. You can also run it locally on your PC. The trick is, that's why you have to pay to rent a server. They have official servers. What, a handful? How many do they have? Because the only people I know that play Ark play on a lot. Dude, how the fuck many is a lot? Like, if it's gonna be your talking point, can you have a fucking number? Dozens, hundreds, thousands? How many people on a server? Like, it's not that hard to have some fucking data. Like, some people have called 5 servers a lot. Like, how many do they have? Because it matters. Because if they have 100 servers, okay, then how many people on a server? And then you can look at it and say, okay, that's a cost for them. They have to maintain that. I also know that Ark rents servers that you pay for. So obviously some of the money from renting servers gets diverted to pay for the official servers, because you don't pay a sub for it. which is important. These things are important because it talks to the longevity of the game. Some of these games, like 7 Days to Die, they make their money on their box price. They don't incur a lot of ops and sustainment cost. It's hard to say because the server numbers are in the hundreds. So hundreds. How many people on a server? Do we know? How many people do they allow on an official server? And I ask because they make their money selling the box price. They make their money, like this game, Once Human. They don't have a box price. It's free to play. I have to correct my child. Yeah, if I think the total number of players is about 40 to... Yeah, but that number doesn't mean anything. Because first of all, China's not on... If you're using Steam Chart, then you're only using Steam Chart. Second of all, Steam Chart doesn't track people who are playing in offline mode. And I don't think that captures the Chinese players. I don't know if the Chinese players play through Steam or through another launcher. It's like people that try to use the Steam Chart for this game. This game is on Loading Bay for the Chinese players in a lot of other parts of the world. I'm on Loading Bay. I'm not on Steam. So if anybody ever checks the Steam database number for this game while I'm playing, you have to add one player because I'm not on that. I don't think Rail is on Steam either. I think he's on the Loading Bay because we were in the beta test and the beta test wasn't on Steam. But the online number doesn't matter. Also remember, if I'm running through Steam, but I'm on a private server, I'm still gonna register as on Steam because each server is 70 to 100 players. All right. So say 2/3 of the players. Say 2/3 of the players are playing on official servers. Might be high, but we'll just say what it is. So 6, 12, 18, 24,000 people. So they have 240 servers. Okay. Say they have about 240 servers. Now, how many of the 1/3 of the people are on a private server? And what's the cost of that private server? And does that amount of money that when they sell a private server, how many? Sure. So I said 2/3 play on official server, 1/3 play on private. But if the statement is more play on private, it makes it even better. They sell you a server. Okay? If they sell you that server and the cost of them selling you that server pays for that server and 2 more, then they only have to have X number of servers till they're making a straight profit beyond their cost. But some people don't recognize that. The other thing is this: every single person that has bought Ark or 7 Days to Die or any of these other games, that's why a box price is so much better than just a monthly sub. 7 Days to Die is amazing. I went back to 7 Days to Die to do a game not long ago, and it's a completely fucking different game again. Like, I bought the game once. They don't charge for DLC. I imagine they will in the future at some point, but they don't charge for DLC. They don't charge for updates. Yeah, they keep updating it and they don't charge. But also, the majority of people, they don't incur any more cost. I don't even think 7 Days to Die has official servers. I think it's you host the game or you rent a server. They don't incur any more cost, which is the big part of that. The problem is they also don't make any more money off of you. Nobody cares about you, fool. They got what they got. Like some people, right, they incur development costs, but those development costs should be offset by the logical thought of, if we spend $1 million in development, we will sell enough copies to make $1.2 million. Yeah. The time to pull the plug is when you've stopped making sales. When you've stopped making sales completely. And again, why was New World's model better than the Ashes of Creation model? New World said, we're going to go with a box price and no monthly sub. Ashes said, we're going to go with no box price, but a monthly sub. Because New World sells you the game for $40. You play it for 2 weeks and put it down. Well, they got $40 out of you. They got $40 out of you. Yeah, and then they were going to do a cash shop, which I don't think ever came to light, did it? And then Amazon Game Studios gets shut down. But a box price is always, if you're gonna be a no monthly sub game, a box price is always going to be useful, because that way you get your offset. Did they finally get the skin shop in? I wasn't aware if they ever got it in. They did. So then there you go. Their only way to make money is on the one-time box, or when you give them more money. Yeah, it wasn't at launch. I know it wasn't at launch. Yeah, but see, you say skins are no problem, but they are a problem. Because you need the game to have an income stream. You need the game, like, you want to, like, you know, it doesn't sound like you do, like you want to pay a monthly sub. You want to pay a monthly sub so that the company makes money. Because when the company makes money, the company can do the things it wants to do. If the company doesn't have money, it has to do the things that are profitable, not the things they want to do. It's why I said, if I won the big Powerball and I had enough money to start a game company, I wouldn't outright say I'd started a game company, but there'd be some fucking signs. And then it would be a box price and monthly sub. Period. It'd be a box price and a monthly sub. And then the way it would work is we would build a core game, test that, get feedback, and then do all the other parts we wanted to do. We would not be worrying about making profit, because if the owner of the company never has to, like, the owner of the company has so much money, he was able to put 300 million into making the game. As long as it doesn't completely flop on its face. I think if you do box price plus monthly sub, though, you shouldn't sell cosmetics. I would agree with you. If you do box price plus monthly sub, you shouldn't sell cosmetics. Unless you're going to do like occasional cosmetic sales for charity. But then you got to ask yourself, why the fuck are you building an entire sales platform if you're only going to use it periodically? It's better to just do instead of people can buy it, it's better to just set a server goal of, we have 1 million players, so if we raise $2.5 million, everybody gets this cosmetic. I think that would just be the smarter way to do it. But I feel like more people would be loyal if they just had to pay that and then they get all the content coming in for free. You're right. They would be. And then the other trick to that is what you need to do is you need to, and I know this is rough and I know it's hard for game companies to fathom. You need to have more content ready. You shouldn't be launching your game unless you have a year's worth of content ready. And the reason why you shouldn't be launching your game if you don't have a year's worth of content ready. Hey, what's up, Trekker? Thanks for the sub. Comes at a good time. By the way, if you're here and you have a Prime sub, I'll take it. Bezos don't need that money. Game companies want, yeah, you see them release the MMO, then lay off a bunch of people. Game companies have got to release their game with a year's worth of content in the bag so that they have a year to get ahead of it. Like, Intrepid's trying to launch their game because they're broke. The early access trend screws that up, though. You're right. The early access trend screws up game enjoyment, without a doubt. Because there are people that know every damn thing about the game before the game ever launches. Gotta love a faulty oven hob cutting the electrics. No, I don't. I don't gotta love that. I don't want to love that. I don't want to love that at all. Is what it is. Thinking about maybe picking up Fellowship tomorrow and playing a little Fellowship, but I don't really know if I want to pick up another game. Okay, weapon mods. Crit head, nope. I'm gonna crush this one. I don't need it. All I know about Fellowship is it's WoW Mythic rating without the rest of the game. Look at that. That's a fucking gem of a weapon right there. Weak spot 9. Great one 6. Weapon damage 6. This one's close. One was 1 off. Got a couple that were 1 off. I'm gonna be honest, with the current state of everything in gaming, I'm probably not far off being done with games. You know, I don't blame you. I don't blame you in the slightest. Gaming right now is just so bland. Right, I need to do a couple of... Gaming is in just such a bad state because companies, well, the copywriting mechanics bullshit, everybody blew that out of proportion. I told everybody not to blow that out of proportion, and it didn't stick. Like, everybody blew the fucking Nintendo thing out of proportion, and I saw it, and I said, this is bullshit. It's never gonna stand up in court. And it didn't. Japan already said, fuck no. And the USPTO has already said, well, if Japan said fuck no, let's take another look at this. Palworld, in my opinion, and I don't have a dog in the fight. I don't fucking care. I'm not a Pokemon player. I'm not a Palworld player. I don't have a dog in the fight, therefore I don't give a shit. Palworld looks close enough to Pokemon that I see Pokemon's complaint. It looks close enough to a person who doesn't give a shit. Now, fans of Palworld are gonna say, well, it doesn't really look like Pokemon. And fans of Pokemon are gonna say, it looks way too much like Pokemon. I don't give a fuck. I don't have a dog in the fight. I no fucks given about this debate. With no fucks given, yes, Palworld looks enough like Pokemon that it made sense for Pokemon to bring a lawsuit. It looks an awful lot. It looks very much the same. And if anybody's going to take one side or the other side, all I'm going to remind you is, if you're going to take one side or the other side, remember, I don't give a shit. Yeah, but I bet you most companies wouldn't do what Palworld did because of fear of getting sued. Which they should be fucking sued. That's the fucking point. Palworld didn't fucking change Pokemon enough. As a person who does not give a shit, I just care about IP. In my opinion, Palworld looks too much like Pokemon, that Pokemon had no choice but to sue them, because if they don't, then the next person can make their game look even closer. And then the one after that can look even closer. That's the problem. Palworld is wrong in this situation. Palworld basically, yeah, looks wise, but they were suing for mechanics. No, Magnus, they weren't suing for mechanics. They're suing for many things. Their patent is for mechanics. And guess what? Palworld's mechanics are very, very close to Pokemon's. They're very, very close. It's not like Palworld can turn around and say, oh, our mechanics are radically different. Because no, the fuck they're not. And no, the fuck they aren't. They're very, very close. They're very close. They could have done it a million different ways. They chose to do it in a way that looks close enough to Pokemon that they might get some bleed off Pokemon players. Wasn't a fucking accident. It wasn't a fucking case of parallel development. Yeah, but it's what consumers are used to, throwing something to catch a monster. Really? No, it's not. I'm used to, in some games, shooting a monster with a dart, not throwing a ball. Ark Survival Evolved is very, very similar, but it doesn't throw something at them, it shoots something at them. And again, if copyright law wasn't the total piece of shit that it is, then they wouldn't have to go through this headache. But copyright law is a total piece of shit, right? Copyright law is totally fucked. So they have no choice but to file the lawsuit, even if they don't want to file the lawsuit. And again, I will blame players. I will blame the average person. The average person is losing their fucking mind like Pokemon is suing them. Look, the way the law is written, according to the USPTO and the Madrid Accords, you are required to aggressively defend your intellectual property. So then Nintendo aggressively defends their intellectual property, and then people get all up their ass about it. Well, why, if you don't want companies to have to do this, why the fuck don't you compel your congressman to pass laws that don't require companies to fucking do this then? But players want to bitch because bitching is easy. But people don't want to have the next 10 words. What's the better idea? Look, I do agree. It's fucking dog shit behavior that Nintendo did. But it's also dog shit behavior what Pale World did. And if you're not gonna condemn Pale World for what they did, then you're really not interested in being in the discussion. I don't mean you specifically, I mean everybody. I mean all the fans of Pale World that aren't willing to look at the situation and say, yeah, Pocket Pairs, that was kind of dog shit. You did reach over, you looked over the you looked over at the other desk and copied the homework. You copied the test. Like, you might not want to do it, but if you don't, you're not interested in solving the problem. Because that's a pretty blatant rip. That is a pretty blatant rip. Now, some people might not think so, and that's okay. They don't have to think so. But it's a pretty blatant rip. I still think game mechanics crosses the line and shouldn't, or have a limit at which they should exist. Like a few years of something, then it becomes free use. Great. I'm gonna tell you this. What other game mechanics have been fucking copyrighted? Why are you stuck on the fucking copyright thing like a dog with a fucking bone? It is the requirement of how the fucking world works. It's a requirement. It's the fucking way patents work. What other game mechanic has attempted to be like, you've said this on multiple shows now. The dynamic thing in that Lord of the Rings game, right? Because it was so unique, it was worthy of a patent. Remember, I think you're forgetting something. I think you're forgetting a really big important piece. You don't just say, I have a patent on this. That's not how that works. you ask for a patent and somebody decides if you can have a patent. You don't just announce to the world tomorrow, I have a patent on this. You write it up, you send it to the USPTO. The USPTO says, you know what? You have a right to a patent on this. But they don't have to do anything. They're not required to do anything by law with their patent. Like, I think you're mad on somebody else's behalf that has absolutely nothing to do with anything that impacts you. But it's not a problem. I invented a patent on this. I have a patent on it. Which means anybody that's ever worked for me that knows about this idea can't run around with our idea and sell it. There are patents for all kinds of crazy things. But now we get no games. Bullshit. Magnus, you're missing the piece, right? Here's the piece you don't understand. This is my patent. This is mine. I created it. Nobody else has it. So the only people that you can get this from is me. It's not like these people have it and can't use it. They don't even fucking have it. That's why it's a patent. This is why I say I think you're upset about something that you don't even understand. You're mad. Well, you came up with it. Yeah, I came up with the idea first. It's my fucking idea. But you can't patent an idea. That's honestly, Magnus, I think you're mad about shit because you don't understand it. I patent the idea. No. I patent the methodology used to execute the idea. You can do the same fucking idea a different way. I patent leveling in games. No, you don't. Because you didn't think of that. EVE Online could have patented their skill system. They could have. It would have been hard. But they could have. But that doesn't mean I couldn't make a time-based training system. I would just have to do it without looking at EVE's system. Which, guess where most people are getting their ideas? Right, you can't patent the idea of wheelies, wheels on shoes. But you can patent the attachment that you have for the wheel on shoes. Like, for example, if you've never seen this, if you've never seen one of these, this is an Ember mug. This is an Ember mug. This wonderful thing charges the heater in the bottom of my cup. Those little rings are the heater. There's a little lip right here. You probably can't see it, but there's a little lip right there. You can't detach the cup from the heater, but this sits on that, and then the heater gets charged. So when I need a hot chocolate, somebody in my family comes along, picks up my mug, puts hot chocolate in it, and then when it's... You gonna cooperate? So it's now on. It's blinking because it's saying, hey, dickhead, put fucking liquid in me. And now it'll go off so it doesn't start a fire. You can't patent the idea of a fucking mug with a heater on the bottom of it. But you can patent what you did to make that a reality. I think that's where people are getting upset, and they're not understanding, because first of all, and they listen to the wrong fucking content creators, and these content creators are telling them that Nintendo is evil for this or Nintendo is evil for that. And then they never do any research on their own. Look, man, Nintendo is stuck in a shitty position. And that shitty position is you are required by law to aggressively protect your intellectual property. If you don't aggressively defend your intellectual property, then somebody can come along and they can make your exact same thing and then say, well, you didn't defend it. I think you're mad about the patent, but you forget that the patent is on something that you created. So you're like, well, now we don't get that mechanic in other games. Well, okay, the Lord of the Rings thing. Let me refresh my memory really quick. So, Warner Brothers holds the patent for the Nemesis system, a mechanic from Lord of the Rings video games, including Middle-earth, Shadow of Mordor, Middle-earth, Shadow of War. The patent covers specific implementation of the system, such as procedural generation of NPCs, their evolving relationships, and the social vendettas that develop between them. And what? So what that patent means is that you can't look at the Nemesis system and build the same damn thing. Does that mean I can't build a system that has procedurally generated NPCs that have a vendetta? No. How do I know that that doesn't mean that? Because Crusader Kings 3 has that. Crusader Kings 3 has a rival system and a grudge system. Has the same fucking mechanic. It just doesn't have the same mechanic copy-pasted in a certain way. People are mad about a patent system. Is there a point where one party holding a patent crosses over to creating monopoly? I thought a patent holder in this situation has to release a percentage of the patent. It's a great question. A patent could, in theory, create a monopoly. It was dynamic, which is nice, so you couldn't predict it in every playthrough. You got different characters you could capture and take out, and you can do that in other games. It doesn't mean nobody can't do that. As far as, could you have a patent that creates a monopoly? Boy, that's a good question. You could have a patent that creates a monopoly. And no, the holder of the patent would not be... No, it's a great question. No, the creator of the patent would not be required to release a percentage of the patent. Because making a better product is not necessarily going to create a monopoly. You would have to engage in other behavior that ultimately created the monopoly to have any impact. Like, for example, another company makes self-heating mugs, so Ember buys them. And then another company makes self-heating mugs, so Ember buys them. And Ember keeps buying them, and they're the only company that can make self-heating mugs. That could then be argued monopolistic practice, because you've been in the business for 5 years and you have enough money to outright buy anybody else who tries to get into the market. Like, and ultimately, and I don't even know if buying them would get declared illegal. It probably would, but it probably shouldn't, because I'm buying the company for what it's worth. what would be a monopolistic practice is a company I have $250 million in operating capital, and I know that I can price my mugs at a loss because I can have a Christmas season of loss on my mugs, but my new competitor can't afford to take a season of loss because they don't have $250 million in capital. They've got $4 million in leveraged debt. Well, then it might be argued that I'm engaging in monopolistic behavior, because I'm making it so that my competitor can't operate in the market. But by the time the company brought the lawsuit, it'd probably be too late. Because remember, we have to get through lawsuits in order to get anything changed. Which we shouldn't need a fucking lawsuit for everything. But it is what it is. How does China skirt patent law? They don't. They outright break it. China doesn't uphold the Madrid Accords. China doesn't uphold copyright, trademark, patent that are filed in other countries. They just don't give a shit. And before they closed that loophole about customs being items being shipped directly to the purchaser's home, can China just copy Pokemon? Yeah, they can. So if you created a completely new thing that no one has ever created or can even figure out, they wouldn't make you share? No, they wouldn't make you share because they have no mechanism to make you share. But you have to remember that when you file a patent, you're filing a patent by giving the government a complete, detailed understanding of what it is you're making, doing, creating, whatever. Could China sell the copyrighted Pokemon in the Western world, though? No, because China would be sued in the United States for their behavior. So when you have a consumer group of over 1 billion, you're not really worried about copyright infringement. Yeah, Coke doesn't have a patent for their recipe. The Coca-Cola recipe isn't patented. Because if they were to file a patent, they would have to give the patent office, the exact formula. Dr. Pepper isn't patented. KFC isn't, because then you have to give a copy and that's vulnerable to leak. Harry Houdini, I believe, was the magician who wanted to patent a protection. Or patent a magic trick. And when he found out what the requirement to get a patent was, he said, the hell with this. So what he did was he copyrighted it. He performed the trick to an audience of 1, and then because it was a public performance, he was able to copyright it. And so the trick couldn't be reproduced because he had a copyright on the trick, because he had a copyright on the performance. But like, take Harry Potter, for example. How much of Harry Potter is copyright? Okay, so you have a magic school for kids. Okay. J.K. Rowling wasn't the first person to do a magic school for kids. She won't be the last person to do a magic school for kids. Harry Potter, Severus Snape, Albus Dumbledore, the Ministry of Magic, those things are copyrighted. But the overall idea of a magic school for kids, that can't be copyrighted. Because other people had done it before. Now, the house names, Sure. Even a lot of the character names can't be, even a lot of the character names can't be copyrighted. Because she didn't come up with those character names. A lot of the character names in her books are from headstones nearby where she would write. Which I think is creepy as fuck anyway, but... Well, that was like Intrepid Studios. They came up with their, that goblin for the 4th of July, and then they were gonna get a coffee mug made. And I'm just like, you don't want to do that. That goblin looks too much like, Dobby. You're gonna have you're gonna have Warner Brothers up your ass. If there's too many similarities, could you get sued? Yeah. Instead of being extraction camped, you got spawn camped. Well, you knew that shit was gonna happen. Bad behavior fucking players. What about game mods? Well, that brings up a interesting loophole in the copyright law. Unfortunately, copyright law, and I'm gonna step gingerly around this because it's complicated. There are people in CK3, that they make like, Lord of the Rings or, a Game of Thrones, World of Darkness. As long as they're not selling the mod, the original copyright holders can be really, really mad. As long as they're not selling the mod, they're not actually breaking copyright. Because, I'm not commercially profiting from it. If it's free, it's okay. Yes. But now here's where we run into the problem with free. There are an awful lot of modders who set up a Patreon or a Lo-Fi or Ko-Fi, whatever the fuck that is. You had to pay for the game. You had to pay for the game, and you bought the game. The game, Paradox Interactive, does not provide the Lord of the Rings mod. They don't provide it. They just created a modding platform that somebody was able to create it in. Paradox Interactive doesn't profit from it. They don't charge their modders a fee to be a modder. The only place that I could see a lawsuit happening would be as if somebody sued Steam. And I know this sounds weird, but the argument could be made that the modding workshop on Steam financially benefits Steam because they make sales of games that are known for the mods. And because Steam is not enforcing intellectual property, but they are profiting from it, I could see New Line and the Tolkien estate suing Steam over the Lord of the Rings mod in CK3. But when you sue somebody, you have to ask yourself the question, is the juice worth the squeeze? So, in order to sue somebody for copyright infringement, you have to show loss. You have to show tangible financial damage. Steam could counter with the argument that because there's a Lord of the Rings mod, the Lord of the Rings IP gets free advertising and exposure. So it would be a rough lawsuit. Can you make a fan-made Pokemon game then, not sell it and be okay, even if it blows up? Well, you could, but then here's the problem. You make a fan-made Pokemon game, and it blows up, but you don't own the IP to it. So, you can't copyright that which you don't own. And you would be relying on what is known as the default creator copyright. Like, I'm going to show you, as dumb as our copyright law is, right? Well, hold on. Hold on, because then you're going to get into something that's going to make you mad. So ready? Oh, hold on, let me knock this out so I don't die. Okay, so, this right here has a copyright on it. There is a copyright on this image. I just made it. I made it. I've shown it to the public. It's mine. I declare it's worth $50,000. If you donate to Extra Life right now, it's yours. There is a default copyright that happens at the moment of creation. It is a very hard copyright to enforce. So you create a card game based on the Pokemon cards, creatures, and everything, and the game blows up. There is absolutely nothing that stops Pokemon from just taking your game, commercializing it, and officially releasing it. Because now, yes, you have the creator rights to the card game mechanics, but you have no money to sue Pokemon with. They straight stole your shit. But what can you do about it? Yeah, you would be giving them all that time and all that money. Because although you could sue them for stealing your card mechanics, you're gonna have to go in a court and say, well, I made this for free, but I would have that game to play. You would have that game to play after you paid them for it. Yeah. So you pay them to make the game you want to play. It would be easy. It would be better if you would then just take a step back and say, I want to make a collectible card game. How do I make it so that it doesn't look like Magic or Yu-Gi-Oh or Vampire the Masquerade or Star Trek? How do I make a card game that has all unique rules? And if you did that, then you'd be in good shape. I'll be right back. Can I use AI to change the looks of it enough, and is that legal? No, because AI generated work is not eligible for copyright. So when I start with a track on Suno, I start with a track and then I generate the stems out, and then I take the stems and I put them into a music program, and then I might generate 25 songs, pull the stems out, and then I mix and match. Because I mix and match and I edit each stem and I level it, that constitutes significant human contribution. I couldn't have a visual brand then, but it would be free. But now here's the problem, Agnes. It would be free. It would be free. Or you could design a game and you could make it 99 cents. Assuming you set up all the other aspects of the business, you could make the game and you could make it 99 cents. And then you don't have to sell an awful lot of copies at 99 cents until you have some money to work with. You make a little bit of money, you put the money right back into the game. Or, like I've told a couple of people in this community who are programmers, stop trying to make... I would 100% have to hire a lawyer then if I wanted to make an open world monster capture MMO. No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. You just have to not throw a fucking ball. You just have to not throw a ball at the creature. That's all. That's literally all you need to do. You have to not have the same interface for when your creature battles. You don't have to get a lawyer. You don't have to get a lawyer to try to figure out how am I going to do this. Yeah, use a digital device and boom, Digimon. Stupid as it sounds, but you ain't wrong. No, you couldn't do it. You can't do a ball, period. You cannot do a ball, period. Because they use a Pokeball. Can't use a football. Because a football is too close to a Pokeball. Throw a fucking hula hoop. Throw a hula hoop that creates a ring, an illuminated ring around the creature. Boom. Throw a fucking hula hoop. There you go. I just solved your problem. Throw a hula hoop. Done. Is the mechanic of the ball shaking and has a chance to fail patented? I mean, a chance to fail? You can't patent an RNG chance. What you have to do is, if you want to do this in the reverse way, instead of copying it, instead of looking at it to copy it, you look at it and you say, here, hold on. I'm gonna get you your answer. I'll give you a great idea. So, you could do, instead of the first thing we would want to do is, instead of throwing the hula hoop at the creature after weakening it, what we would want to do is we would want to set up our combat so that we throw the magic hula hoop, and the magic hula hoop is actually the magic hula hoop is actually a rune circle, and we throw it before we fight the monster. And the reason why we throw it before we fight the monster is then me and the monster are trapped in the hula hoop. So now I didn't throw anything to capture anything. I threw a rune circle to establish the clear boundaries of the battleground. Okay? You see how just one little change, one teeny tiny little change has already made it very difficult for Nintendo to sue us. Because now our battle doesn't even follow the same order. Okay? Now, you could change it so that you don't enslave the monster. You could do it where you ask the monster to sign a contract. Look at that. Now we've made two changes that make our likelihood of being vulnerable to litigation very, very small. Now, what would you have to do? You would probably have to look into your world not being cutesy little Pikachus and Charizards and Squirtles. And if I didn't get any of those names right, fuck off. You would have to choose your setting. You could do like a fractured world that you have horror monsters in one part of the world. You have vampires. So you have vampires, vampire bats, balls of mist, wolves, ghouls, there you go. Here's all the different creatures that come out of the vampire part of the world. Then you have the werewolf part. It would be a lot more expensive, but then I could get a return on investment. Exactly. That's exactly it. So now, the other thing you have to do is you have to turn around and not exactly one-for-one copy their turn-based mechanics. Therein lies the other problem. So, how do you make a game along those rules without turn-based? Okay, well, what if we made it chess-like? What if we made it more of a game that can't be copyrighted to start with? What if we started with that? And again, when it comes to pocket monsters, games like that, I'm not going to be a lot of help because I find the whole idea to be really silly. I don't find the idea of assembling an army to be silly. Hey, dashing through the snow girl. Pipe down. Don't talk over me. She wanted to talk over me. I just like the strategy in those monster capture games. And the raising. Okay, so now, okay. What if you, instead of having 1v1 battles, go beyond, think to yourself, how could I do similar, but not identical? What if you thought to yourself, what if I want it to be an MMO, but I still want it to be turn-based. Okay, you can do turn-based. You can do a turn-based MMO. If you want to do a turn-based MMO, even if you only do this for a mental exercise, start by downloading Atlantica Online. And look at how Atlantica Online does it. And you could start with Atlantica Online's premise and the way they set it up. So now, because I think you'd love Atlantica Online. I don't know if it's still live and hot and active. Let me apologize. That game is pushing 20 years old. It may still be around. It was a really great game 20 years ago. I really loved it. It's a game that I draw a lot of ideas from. You could do turn-based. You absolutely could. But you'd have to think to yourself, how am I going to do that? How am I going to make this turn-based and not have it look like I'm straight ripping off Pokemon? Okay, well, what if I have myself, and again, I don't mind helping people, like, maybe start the initial mapping out of an idea. What if we just spitball this real quick? What if instead of the standard Pokemon where your head is kind of here, don't mock my art, and you're like, Pika, fuck you, go fuck him up, right? What if instead of setting it up that way, what if it was more like this? What if it was more, this fight is, oh, let me do this over here so I don't erase it. So you've got their lineup is like this, and your lineup is like this. And you could do 9, you could do 6, you could do 5, but you have to take one of these spots. You have to be in one of these spots, and then they have to be in one of these spots. And then, and this is $1.99. This is free 50 game design. What if you designed mobs, or you just designed pals, right? So here is the standard board layout. Well, you could do 1 block mobs. You could do 2 block mobs, right? You could do 4 block mobs. You could do 4 block mobs that way. Then, now you start thinking to yourself, deployment points. Each mob, each square is 1 deployment point. So you get 9 deployment points. But this guy is going to be worth 5 deployment points because of whatever power you gave him. And this is his evolved state of an evolved state of, you take little rock guy, merge two little rock guys, rock guy becomes two wide rock guy. Well, now he can block the front lane 2 spots. This guy right here might be a 6-point, right? Because he blocks all 3 and he's got a protected caster, gunner, archer, whatever. So you're like, okay, well shit, 6, and now you only have like 3 ranged characters. And obviously you can't, because you got to have a point for you. So like a mix of Final Fantasy Tactics in there. Right. So what you're doing is, and exactly. So now how are you going to do your combat turn? Right? So each character is going to have an initiative. And each monster, you can raise it for initiative or whatever. Now, instead of doing your standard, you take a turn, I take a turn, you take a turn, I take a turn, what you're going to do is you're also going to take the rules from the game that JFK and everybody played at the White House called Diplomacy. It's not going to be a matter where you take your actions, they resolve, I take my actions, they resolve. We're going to program in our actions at the same time, so that instead of the round being 59 seconds, 59 seconds I'm moving, I'm bored, 59 seconds I'm moving, oh, I'm bored, we each have up to 59 seconds to program in actions, and we have so many points, right? And then they're gonna cross resolve at the same time. So you have, say you have 9 characters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. But this guy has like a really low initiative. You might not see him act until the 3rd turn. He might not, his initiative might be so low that, you know, let's say you act with 4 characters in a turn. You won't see him till the 3rd turn. Not entirely a bad idea. Now, you might decide that you don't want to do it that way. You might decide that you want every character, every summon to be available on the 1st turn. But when they act, then their recovery to the top of the line is longer. It's another interesting way to do it. But you got to get out of the mindset of we can't design something with pocket monsters because Nintendo is patenting game mechanics. Yeah, you can make the game you want, but still be different. And the thing is as you're doing it, you're gonna have to have a couple of actual. I recommend legal pads because I'm old school. Because I think that the brainstorming process happens more organically on pen and paper than with electronic. But you say to yourself, you have one notebook and you write in red pen, or at the top of every page you remind yourself, this is the no idea, like I can't do these. Pokemon does X, so I can't do this because Pokemon does it this way, and I don't want to get my ass sued off. And so now, for example, you take it a step further. You want to have multiple different monsters, but you don't have the money from the word go to have multiple different monsters. So you figure out what exactly it is you want at game launch. You figure out the first zone. Maybe you do vampires. Maybe you do werewolves. Maybe you do werewolves and villagers. And you build that. And you build a little bit, and then you figure out, well, what do my rules have to be? How do I have to make my rule sets so this works? But then you don't get too far down the pipeline. You say, okay, this is how my rule set needs to be. Now I'm gonna brainstorm the next group. Okay, well shit. Now in order to do the next group, I have to change the rule sets. You don't want to get 80 miles down any one road. You want to be a little bit down a lot of roads. Saying to yourself, if I do this much, this is how it works. And this is where I feel, where I feel we're losing a lot of good ideas, like you said. I'm not a turn-based player. We're capturing monsters. I have an idea in my head. I don't want really to be ambitious, but they're good ideas already there. Then what you do is you start with Kiss. Keep it simple, stupid. You start with the Kiss principle. What is the minimum amount of systems that I think would make something that's entertaining? What is the minimum amount of systems that I think would make something fun? And then start from there. And maybe you only make it 3. You can have 3 1s, a 2 and a 1, or 1 3. I'd like a necromancer version. You kill the monster and resurrect it as your minion. Sure, and you could. And that's not entirely a horrible idea. And then you start to think to yourself, okay, what other games have kind of touched on what I'm trying to do? Oh, Warhammer 40K has kind of touched on what I'm trying to do. I don't want to copy Warhammer's idea. I don't want to blatantly copy Warhammer either, but are there some games that have ideas that I might want to borrow from? Like, for example, the Necrons. If you're gonna run necromancers, if you're gonna run the undead, then the Necron rule sets are fucking amazing. And here's why the Necron rule sets are absolutely fucking amazing. If you remember old Necron, old as fuck Necron. Old as fuck Necron was, you have to over damage me so significantly, because if you don't, at the end of the turn, my army is getting back up. And the next turn, my army is going to get back up. And the turn after that, my army is going to get back up. Early Necrons were obnoxious. And then they had to change, they had to modify. I still think Warhammer would make a fucking mint if they made a new MMO and they actually allowed you to play the fucking nasty shit. But everybody wants to be a space marine. I don't want to be a fucking space marine. I want to be a Necron. A lot of IPs have wasted potential. IPs have wasted potential. Again, is it because of the company? No, it's because of the players. Magic the Gathering as an MMO would have been an amazing MMO. Magic the Gathering as an MMO could have been fucking fantastic. Why did it die? Because the players are saying, well, we don't like the text of what you've said. We don't like the initial write-up. This is where companies need to just make the fucking game. And if you don't want to make the whole expansive game, make the first little bit of the game, and then let people test it, and let them just see it. But don't make a big deal out of it. Like, let people see the initial little first part. Get feedback on it, but be careful which feedback you take. Like, just because people give feedback doesn't mean you have to make changes based on that feedback. It was like, I was a flight commander, and a couple of airmen jumped the chain of command, and they went to the OPSO, who had never been a fuels flight commander. She was not a very good officer. And they went and they said, we don't like being on Panama. And we want to be on 8s like everybody else in the squadron. We don't like being on 4334 Panama, 12-hour days. And I said, okay. Well, they wanted to go on 8s like everybody else. Well, the first week we're on 8s. And the day shift gets in, and the night shift has checked out all the trucks for them. And then they're doing their day. And then the afternoon shift comes on, and the afternoon shift is telling day shift, you need to change the way you're doing things, because we don't have enough time to get trucks checked out. And so end of day shift, and they're trying to leave, but I'm like, nope, you still have to take runs. I said, you brought your truck in, some of you brought your trucks in, and some of your trucks got checked out, but now we're in a state where we're refueling, and until that truck comes in, that truck can't get past. They're like, well, why can't the new driver go out to the truck? Because the new driver hasn't checked out the truck. You're the operator. And they're like, well, I don't understand. You're right, you don't understand. You don't understand the reason why we run 12s and we check out half the fleet in the daytime and half the fleet at night is so that at the 12-hour mark, when you're getting ready to go home, the next guy has come in and he's checked out the daytime person who's not on 12s is checking the vehicles out for the next group of people, because we're only using half the fleet. We can't do that the way you want to do it, because it just doesn't work. So after about 2 weeks of them like getting off, like some of them were getting mad because they were like, LT, I've been here for 14 hours. Yeah. And I'm sorry for that. But we can't, the hours you guys want to work don't align with how this base launches aircraft. I said, you jumped me, went to somebody who doesn't understand the problem. Now you have an answer that you don't like. Well, live with your fucking decisions. You're not necessarily going to understand every piece of it because you don't understand every piece of it. When game companies give a little bit, but they don't give everything, then people can't make an informed decision. Steven Sharif gave people hundreds of hours of statements. And people were like, yes, we love it. Make that. And then all of a sudden, they decided to make something completely different. Like, what are you doing? Make what you just got done talking to us for 2 years. Make what you said you're gonna make. Just make what you said you were gonna make. You don't need to. You already sold it, man. You already had 800,000 people that were chomping at the bit for your game. Don't make changes. Just sell that. So you're saying you'd be making something to play. You're right. And here's the thing though. What you have to be willing to accept. Not every one of your ideas is going to be a good idea. Nobody has all winners. Nobody has all winners. Shit. Even what's his name? Even Jake Song, Yoshi P. They don't have all winners. They have more winners than losers. But they don't have all winners. Jake Song scrubbed an entire game. Jake Song was in the process of building Civilization Online, a MMO based on Civilization. And that fell apart. There's just some things that, you know, are going to be hard to make. Nobody has all winners. John Schmedley has 0 winners. Scott Hartzman has 0 winners. Scott's idea is to just fucking over monetize, over profit a game. So just if you're gonna make something, start small. Make a few core systems. But you got, like, this is where I think failure is coming into too many of these big project MMOs. You have to have waterfall. You have to waterfall that shit. You have got to waterfall that shit so that you know what you're making. You have to have a rough idea of what you're making from the word go. That doesn't mean you can't change. But you need to have, are we going to have world bosses? Yes or no? No. Okay. So what's going to be the non-dungeon running content? Well, I don't know. Okay, well then don't code shit. Because if the answer is I don't know to a key question, then you don't know enough to be doing anything. You shouldn't be building anything right now then, because you don't know. What's our primary PvP going to be? What's our crafting system going to look like? What's our gathering system going to look like? What are these things going to look like? Like, Once Human. Once Human has no fucking identity. Once Human, come on, spawn. Once Human doesn't know if it wants to be a PvP game, a PvE game, or a Pal World game. They need to stop being. They need to stop trying to be every game. Be one game. Be one good game. He's gonna disappear. Well, the event's gonna be over. He's not gonna spawn. That's okay. There were 5 of them here, so I don't know how many abyssal crystals I got, but that was quite a few abyssal crystals or lunar essences. Picked up 43 total. Oh, I got to turn those in when the event is over. I don't like this event either. This event, I don't know how they decided this, but we get our ass kicked every single time. Like, they have PST and CST. 285,000 to 3 million. Yeah, according to their own ads, Once Human is a cohabitation. Well, Rail, don't assume that those are their ads. Those might be ads being run by people. they might have somebody who is running their own ads to get people to come to their YouTube channel or something. I know that when Ashes of Creation first came out, there were a lot of people that were running Google ads with their referral code. Well, when we brought it to Steven's attention, he's like, well, there's not a lot I can do about that. Yeah, there is. You simply say, if you run a Google ad with your referral code in it, then if we find it, we're going to take that referral code and we're going to invalidate it. We're going to just cancel that account. So, solves the problem, don't it? Yeah, now I'm really bummed to find out that Where Winds Meet is not an MMO. Yeah, that's so sad. That's so sad. I thought Where Winds Meet was gonna be more MMO, less co-op. Now I don't have anything to play again. God damn, can you think about how much money a company would make if they would just make, if somebody would just make a decent MMO? Like, a decent MMO comes out and it's going to have millions of players just because it's decent. Like, how good is it? It's not that good, but it's not pay to win, it's not garbage, and it's not AI slop. Holy shit, I'm sold. Like, how many people are their standard that low? Like, all I want is not slop. I just want not slop. Is that too much to ask? Is that too much to ask? Yeah, I need to go to my base. I need to clean up my mods. Standards are so low that people will be playing Aeon 2. You're right. Standards are so low. And Aeon 2, I heard, is pay to win shenanigans. I've heard it's pay to win, unacceptable pay to win shenanigans. And that's unfortunately what we don't need more of either. Does make me sad though. I thought Ashes was gonna, well, first of all, I thought Ashes was gonna launch. That's where my original bar was. I thought Ashes was gonna launch. I thought Ashes was gonna be good. I really did. $70 worth of subs, but the game looks decent apart for that. Oh, $70 worth of subs. What the fuck? Like battle passes and stuff? Oh my god, I have so many 8s. Battle pass, bonus content pass, because dungeons and bosses need. Yeah, fuck that. I'm not paying. I'm not microtransaction paying to play a game. You can have a $14.99 sub from me. If your game is good, you might get a $14.99 sub and a $4 additional battle pass out of me. If I gotta start paying by the content, I just won't play. I'll be right back. Yeah. I think we learned from ArcAge, limiting people on how many dungeon runs they can do is not a good way to keep people interested in your game. Like this game, you can only run one Nightmare Solo a week to get the bonus crate. Well, since Nightmare Solos don't drop anything better than regular silos, I said solos, it was silos. So people don't, like Rail and I log in, we now have our 6 dungeons down to less than an hour if we're both fully buffed. So we're both fully buffed, less than an hour. I only log in a second time during the week because, well, I log in 3 times a week because I create content. Most people will only log in twice a week, once to run their content, once to keep their house from getting destroyed. Yeah, time gating is shit, man. But the problem is, like I say, when you try to tell people that their ideas are bad, what they like is bad. They like what you like isn't bad, but what you say you like isn't contributing to what you really want. Like people complained in EVE Online that if you started late, then if you started later, then it took you forever to get competitive. And the answer to that wasn't to give skill injectors. The answer to that was to change the skill training required for the base 16 skills. They needed to, every year they needed to lower the base 16 time requirement so people could get into better ships faster. But when you give people everything, then people don't have any reason to want to play. Like, why don't you play more? Well, what's there to do? Why don't I play more? Well, what's there for me to accomplish? What do I have left to do? What do I have left to earn? Because if you have something, I'm more than happy to play. But there's nothing else for me to do in this game. The only real reason why I stick with this game is if I stop covering a game, I'll be done. I'll pretty much be done streaming. But right now, I had hope that Where Winds Meet would keep me occupied, and I'll still play it. But with it being a 4-player co-op, I don't see that being the type of game that I want to play. And I'm waiting on Chrono Odyssey. I'm waiting on Arcade Chronicles. I'm no longer waiting on Ashes of Creation. In fact, Ashes 101 is pretty much... I stripped down Ashes 101 because I didn't feel like redigging through everything to learn about the game. Like, I had planned on starting Ashes 101 back up again when Ashes got good. And then Steven put my name in his mouth, and fuck him. Like, I've never masqueraded the truth, buddy. So you put my name in your mouth, well, fuck you then. Now it changes my perception from, I want to see your game be successful so I can get a referral check, to, I hope your game fucking fails. Because nobody deserves a big fail like he does. Because he doesn't give a shit about... I used to think he gave a shit about people. He gives a shit about having the appearance that he gives a shit about people. Like, you're upset because you say people are masquerading people are masquerading their frustration as the reality of the game. No, the reality of the game is your game sucks. That's the reality of your game. Empirically, objectively, your game sucks. Your player base isn't playing your game. You said you had 130,000 testers. Well, where the shit are they? Right? Chrono Odyssey. I only give Chrono Odyssey respect because they did the right thing. What they did was they went dark. They've been working... Shit, I don't even remember when the test was. I think it was late July. That game was on the Kakao shareholders' paperwork. It wasn't like some magical we might launch this year. I mean, Kakao Games had the Chrono Odyssey launch plan done. And they realized this ain't gonna work. I mad respect a company that turns around and just says, you know what? That ain't gonna work. Let's pump the brakes on this. Let's pump the brakes on what we're doing, and let's send the developers back to spend some time cooking. And that's good. That's the smart play. That's the absolutely smart play. I hope Chrono Odyssey comes out and is fun. And I say this, Chrono Odyssey is going to be something that I play probably not hardcore because it's action combat, and I'm not totally in love with action combat, and the gathering isn't really complex, the crafting isn't really complex, but it's something like, you know, to maybe to pass the time. Yeah, it was supposed to launch like 6 weeks after that beta. Because it was supposed to be that beta, 2 weeks later another beta, and then go. And what they realized is, we're not ready for go. What's up, Ollie? All is as well as we can hope. Just doing a little bit of extra life for kids today. Trying to raise a little money for the kids. Matching the first $250 in donations this weekend. Although I can't do long streams. I'm gonna stream tomorrow as well for a couple of hours. Where am I going? But yeah, all is well. All is as well as it could be. I always say all is as well as it could be because it always could be worse. If you're ever happy, just keep your mouth shut. Because fucking tragedy is just one bus stop down the line. Best world of all possible worlds. Right, exactly. The other day while I was playing like 3 dungeons in a row, I got a level 5 drop. Although I can't seem to combine these things for shit. Like my combine luck is terrible. Oh, also, you know, my daughter's freaking out. We were supposed to get her lease on her apartment yesterday. The guy doing the floors had a heart attack. So they had to get another guy to get in there and do the floors. That's a big reason why I'm out of the fucking apartment rental business. Like, the apartment that she's moving into had to have the floors and the subfloors redone because the person in there before her was a hoarder. And they had dogs. And they never took the dogs out. So the dogs pissed everywhere. Well, that's a lot of work. Like, if you've never had to do flooring and subflooring, that's a lot of work. Because you got to rip up everything, and then you have to measure out the subflooring. And then you have to cut new subflooring, because most of the time, you can't... most of the time, you're not going to be able to get the piece of the subflooring that the wall is on out. Because, obviously, the wall is fucking there. So you end up... you have to rip off the baseboard. And then you've got to go completely flush. And then you got the fucking hallways. Remember, the subflooring was put down before those walls were there. But flooring sucks once you get used to it. I felt like I got better at it. Unlike framing, still garbage at that. I will say I'm thankful to my father and for teaching me framing, because I learned how to do framing the actual I give a shit way, where in the corners you're not just nailing pieces of wood together, you're cutting them so that the side, the vertical axis slides down into the X and the Z axis. Like, you cut out so that it's not just a piece of wood on top of other wood with angular screws, but you're actually cutting the 3 pieces so they slot into each other. You're still required by code to put in screws, but I was taught to do that so that you don't need screws. That corner isn't going anywhere. But that's a lost art too now. Shit. Fucking builders are fucking... Everybody is a fucking con artist now. Everybody wants to do it on the cheap. Everybody wants to do everything on the cheap. That's why everything is so fucking garbage anymore. It's like the one the one auto repair place, I was like, yeah, I need another scrape plate for underneath my truck. Mine got damaged in a snowstorm. And they're like, well, we don't carry them and we can't order them, but if you order one off Amazon. I'm not ordering shit off Amazon. I looked at the guy and I said, I'm not ordering shit off Amazon. I'm not ordering shit off Amazon and bringing it to you. If I order this shit off Amazon, I'll figure out a way to get it out myself. Because if I can order it from Amazon, I probably can do this. Yeah, I can do it myself. Your lease is over in a couple of months. Thinking about a last minute move. Miami, where I currently live, is so expensive. Moving for the quality of life. Thinking about Ocala. I'm looking at moving to Ocala. A city that's still growing closer to nature. Honestly, any place that improves cost of living. Auli, I know you know Florida better than I do. So Ocala is one of the places I'm looking at moving. I think the best place to move in Florida right now is south by southwest of Orlando and north by northeast of Tampa. Like Wesley Chapel area, or a little closer to Orlando, because it's like, it's close enough that if you need something that a big city offers, you're by the big city, but it's far enough away that you literally hit the tourism bubble and then you're out of it. But yeah, I'm looking at, that's kind of like where I want to be like a 45-50 minute drive to Disney, because I plan on when I'm done with this, I plan on driving to Disney a lot. I plan on being at Disney World a lot in whatever life I have left. You can do vehicle maintenance or metalworking. I'm a barely competent woodworker. Yeah, but at least woodworking you can teach yourself. And I mean that, because woodworking, if you're on a job site and you still suck, you can generally ask the boss and take home scrap and then learn how to get better. Because all that is practice. Well, practice and some common sense. You got to have a little bit of common sense. As we all know, common sense ain't so common. Yeah, it's sea level. Oh shit, I forgot to kill them. What happens if I just skip? Oh, they don't despawn. Okay, so that's good to know. Oh, so he stays down until you kill the clones. This gun should have never been introduced. Rail's almost... How close... Rail, if you're still here, how close are you to your P90 build? You were close. Like, you were pretty close the other day. I mean, I could just imagine going into a dungeon with 2 P90s. The dungeon's not gonna last more than, 30 fucking seconds. Oh, these guys don't disappear. the end of the fight either. Jerks. But yeah. Matching donations for Extra Life, because it's all for the kids. As I said at the beginning of the show, and I'll say all the time, I do not, for the most part. I tried getting some of that stuff set up in the past, but unfortunately, I have so many people that are upset with me because of my viewpoints that what ends up happening is whenever I try to get something set up, people come to fuck with it. So, one thing about having a lot of haters is that, yeah, I'm using food. Of course I'm using food. It's not my politics. I mean, it's kind of my politics, but because it's also, I pissed off a lot of Ashes of Creation community people, so much so that I've gotten death threats. My daughter has gotten death threats. That's why I was gone for 10 weeks. Because somebody sent me a picture of my house, a picture of my daughter, and a picture of my daughter's school. And the person thought it was really fucking funny. And now the person is not eligible for parole for 2 more years. And when they do get eligible for parole, I'll probably be gone for a period of time as I contest their parole. And my argument for contesting their parole is they threatened my minor daughter who has not yet reached the age of 18. So therefore, fuck right off. I don't give a shit. If you threaten at the time, what was she? If you threaten a 9-year-old or a 10-year-old girl because you've got a problem with her dad, that makes you a fucking pussy. Like, you send me a picture of my house and my daughter's school and a picture of my daughter. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, what in the fuck is wrong with you? And then the person, like, they took their plea deal and then they were like all mad. Like, they were all pissed when they got, like, I thought my plea deal was gonna get me, like, what? You thought fucking a federal charge of cyber stalking and another one of using a telecommunication device to commit, to convey a death threat over state line wasn't gonna come with jail time? Like, you fucked your life up. What the fuck is wrong with people? So no, I don't really set up community stuff like that because inevitably somebody comes and fucks it up. Yeah, I'm a chef. That's why I have 2 foods, man. Fuck yeah, 25% weapon damage and 25% weapon damage and whatever the bullseye shenanigans. Fuck yeah.
Something doesn't feel right.
I don't use Stargazy Pie. The reason why I don't use Stargazy Pie is weapon damage factors into the damage formula across the board, whether I crit or not. weapon damage also impacts. Yeah, it is 25% crit damage, but crit damage is based as a percentage of your weapon damage. So if I raise my weapon damage by 25%, I raise the crit damage that I'm already doing by more than 25%. But yeah, I don't even know how many mods did I crush. So I still have 1,200 mods. I have 1,200. I have 1,100 armor mods. I don't know how many violence I have. I only have 56 violence. So I need to get 144 violent mods, and then I'll try to roll another mod upgrade. I haven't gotten a mod upgrade in a bit. Yeah. This one is 28% damage versus targets affected with the bullseye. New badge Iken has donation. I sent out an email to all the people that have previously donated, and like I said in my email, like I said on my Discord, this is the year that, based on how bad it is for everybody this year, I wasn't about to do the marketing by guilt thing. I can't try to do the charity thing through guilt this year. Well, if you don't have a lot to donate, then every dollar helps. Yeah, there's a lot of people that are paying all their grocery bills on credit. So they oh, look at that. Jesus, could you stop making five? Look at this guy go. Look at this guy go. Makes 5/5s all the time. He made that 5/5. He made that 5/5. I need him to be able to make zap cams. Get me a 5/5 lunar zap cam, which we're supposed to be able to do soon. But no, I can't realistically fault anybody right now. I know a lot of people that are completely broke. Like completely broke. Which is why I tell people, I won't change the stream team name to Jalan. I'm sorry. I won't change the Extra Life name to Jalan. I won't do that. I refuse. And the reason why I refuse to do that is, in my opinion, if a person is at my stream all the time, and even if they can't donate, they're still part of the team. They're still part of the fundraising team. And like, there was one person, they put the PGN work on an application for something they were doing. I told them they could. I said, you're around my community enough. Go ahead and put it on your application. You're there, you chat, you talk. Part of an organization that has raised $13,000 for charity. Here's my contact information. If they need information from that, just give them my email They can email me, and then I'll confirm that you're part of the community that raised it. It's like not like a me alone accomplishment. It's a community thing. And this year we probably won't. If we hit $500, it'll be an achievement. Yeah, exactly. Engagement and retainment can be boosted just by people stopping by, and people stopping by saying, hey, leaving the stream up in the background. And then, like, that's the piece where everybody could be helping everybody more. That's why I changed my channel name. I had the same channel name for years. The original idea was for there to be 4 streamers on one channel, split the money. And since they bailed out on me, it took me years to just decide I should change the name. Well, now I can use this account to bebop around and go to other Twitch channels. I felt weird going to other channels to talk to people as Paradox Gaming Network. It was almost like defaultly advertising my own brand. Well, I don't want to do that. So now I bebop around a little bit. I don't have a lot of time right now to bebop. But yeah, it's like every year I tell people, hey, this is the Stream Elements sponsorship that I'm earmarking for the donation. So if you can't make a donation, then download this stupid game and fucking play to level 6, and then I get $18 for you, and then that $18 I get for you will go to the charity donation. And then the charity donation, I'm matching $250. That's gonna happen one way or the other. If zero gets donated after my show tomorrow, I'll still donate $250. It's just, I say I'm matching in such a way that sometimes people will be like, okay, I'll give $1. Okay, I'll match that $1. One year, a couple of years ago, we had a person that matched my match. They said, you just raised $500 and I'm gonna make a $500 donation. I said, appreciate it. But this year specifically, it's really hard to try to charity raise when people themselves are hitting up food banks. And I'll say this, it's expensive being poor. It's expensive. It's expensive being poor. I didn't realize how expensive groceries had gotten. Right? Groceries are ridiculously expensive. I spent somewhere in the neighborhood north of 300, south of 350 this week on groceries. I have the chicken, I have the protein for tonight's food. Last Sunday, I went to Dollar General and the market, and I picked up between the two $160 worth of food. And then every other day I go get bits and bobs. I get protein. I like fresh meat. I don't like frozen meat. And one of the meals that I made was Salisbury steaks that were already in the fridge. But every single day I'm going to the grocery store getting 2 salads and the protein for the night and the bits and bobs. Usually 2 days worth of protein. And I'm, again, 90 bucks, 96 bucks, 84 bucks. Like, this is crazy. Yeah, you're moving for better rent so you can save. That feels a little bit like buying myself a couple years so I can maybe be in a better spot to invest my property. Maybe my kids be chilling once the mortgage is paid off. Yeah, and it's like I say right now, as much as people are saying, don't buy a house right now, wait. Don't buy a house right now, wait. The prices are going to come down because the mortgage rates are going to come down. The mortgage rates are going to come down and the house prices are going to go up. Because when everybody can get a mortgage, then everybody starts overbidding asking price. And I saw it the last time we had lower mortgage rates. House I was going to move into was $300,000. And I said, okay. I put in an offer for $300,000. And my realtor was like, that offer is not going to get picked up. And I said, well, I'm not offering anything more than $300,000. And they said, well, you're probably going to have to make your offer a little bit more lucrative. They have 6 other offers coming in. I said, if they have 6 other offers coming in, that's cool. I'm not interested in playing the pay more than listing price. 2 people each wanted the house. It was a beautiful house, beautiful kitchen, wonderful basement. Very nice pool, very nice deck, pool decking and everything. And these people ended up walking the price up from 300 to 350,000. 350,000 for a house that was originally priced out at 300. The only people who laughed all the way to the bank on that one, I was in overmute mode, damn it. The only people that made their way on that one was the fucking real estate agents. They're the ones who laughed all the way to the bank on that. But yeah, people right now, get into a house. Get into a shitty house. We received a $100 donation. Where is the alert for the $100 donation? I want to thank the anonymous donor who just took us up to $315. I do apologize. I do not know why your donation did not go through. But we got a $100 donation, so I will match that at the end of today's show. I appreciate that. Is there any way I can force you to update? It would be nice. Would you update, please? No, I don't know why. I think it's because on game day, it's like always like the alerts and stuff get delayed. But no, I appreciate that. And I know the alerts work because they worked the other day. I can go right there. Well, I appreciate that, anonymous donor. So, but no, my answer to people is, and a lot of people don't like me, Ollie, when I say this, but what I tell people is, what the fuck is going on here? What people need to do is they need to spend a couple of years living in a way they don't want to, so they can spend the rest of their life living in a way that other people can't. And I was really fortunate. When I bought my first house, my second house I bought, I shouldn't say my first house. My second house I bought was a piece of shit. Everything that could be wrong with it was wrong with it. And I had bought the house. I got a fairly good deal on it. And I had about $9,700 in the bank. And every weekend, my fiance would get mad. Because every weekend, my fiance would be like, well, are we going out and doing anything this weekend? And I was like, you see the project board. Every weekend, I have to get one thing done. And some of these things I have to get done because I got the house in August. I said, I got to get some of these things done because the house won't be livable without me getting these things done. Like one weekend it was pulling out all of the god awful 1970s insulation, and I had to take all that shit out, and that was I'm done. I'm not stopping till I'm done with this project. I got up in the morning, I ate a healthy breakfast, a big healthy breakfast, and then I got into the moon suit, and I said to her, I'm not done until this is done, because I got to get up there, I got to get all this shit bagged. I don't know what I'm gonna find up here, fucking birds, bees, whatever. And then I gotta get all this vacuumed out, and I have to see if there's any like mold or rot damage. And if there is, I gotta address it. Well, luckily I got up there into the loft. Across the whole house, there was only about 4 inches of this bullshit 1970s asbestos as fuck insulation. So I've got the mask on and all that. Well, I get all that done. And she's like, oh, you're done. Are we going out? Baby, I'm fucking tired as shit. Cause I just did the whole attic. We can go to dinner, but I'm not going to like the fucking club. I'm not going to the bar. I'm fucking tired. So then the next morning I get up and I'm up the attic again, and I'm doing the bales of insulation. And she's like, well, I thought you only had the one thing to do because it was the one thing for the weekend. I was like, you have friends, go out. Fuck, man. Go out and do something. I'm sorry, but I got to get the house done. Well, I was really, really, really fortunate. After about 6 weeks of me always being busy, she talked to her family. She was half Irish, half Mexican, and she was like, how much money do you have in the bank account right now dedicated to the house? And I said, about $9,700. She's like, give me all of it and give me your list of shit that you want done. And I gave it to her, and she's like, we're going out for the weekend. She's like, I'm taking you away from the house. We're going, it's all gonna get taken care of. Well, her family came in and did what they do. The whole house was done. But I was fortunate because without her, I never would have gotten all that shit taken care of. Like, quite literally, her family banged out the rest of my year. And they increased for $30,000, well, for $10,000, they increased my property value by probably close to $30,000. Did the front, did all the landscaping, did all the garden beds, ripped up all the old carpet, because I had a lot of the tiling, I just didn't have time. They moved all the furniture, but they were like 8 people. So I thanked her and I said, okay. And she's like, well, what are we doing? I was like, do whatever you want now. Yeah, we need good people in our lives. Like, I tell this story, there's a couple of guys that I knew, a couple of knockabout guys in the neighborhood, fucking always complaining about life. Always complaining about life, about how life is so hard. And I said, okay, life is hard. What are you doing to make life better? And they like, well, what do you mean? Well, you keep saying life is hard. What are you doing to make life mo better? Oh, well, looking for a better job. Okay. You're tired of rent. Yeah, I'm tired of fucking rent. Rent sucks. Okay. So buy a house. Can't afford a house. Sitting with them, pulled out the fucking circular, got the real estate listings for our town, and I said, and this was back about 5-6 years ago. We had a ton of houses in this town that were the old 1940s, 1930s houses. Some of them were $40,000. Showed the one guy a picture, and I said, "Here you go." He's like, "That house needs a lot of work." I said, "Yeah, it needs a lot of work. That's why it's priced the way it's priced. But the thing is you won't be paying a landlord. This house is going to be cheaper. It is going to be a third of what you're paying in rent. So you take that other 2/3 of the money and you just pay down your mortgage and fix the place up." So he started doing that. And as he learned how to do that, right, the two guys went to, I forgot which trade school they went to. I think they went to Carpenter Trade School. They went to Carpenter Trade School, worked nights, worked on their houses. When they got their houses done, then they bought another house and they flipped that. And this is what these guys did. They spent 2 or 3 years becoming good at flipping houses. A lot of houses don't need a ton of work. A lot of houses need a lot of cleaning. A lot of houses that are like, you find a house, and they're all gone now because people have done this. You find a house that's on the market for $70,000, and you look at it, and the house has taken a $20,000 hit on the market because of the fucking yard. Because the yard is disgusting. You can do an entire yard in a weekend. You, a couple of friends, pizza, beer, owe them a favor. You can get a whole yard cleaned out in a weekend. I've seen people be amazed at how damn good their house looks. Their new shitty $40,000, $50,000 house, after one weekend of bringing 20 people there and just getting the yard managed. Get the yard tamed. And people are like, "Oh my God, I didn't realize my house was this nice." Yeah. Your first marriage was rushed. You were immature as hell, so was she, we never found that balance. We were never going to work out, but we would have lasted a lot longer if we got on the same team and made sacrifices for the future like that. Well, yeah, you're absolutely right. And that's the relationship advice I give people. And I know I look like I'm young. I'm not. I'm old. I come with the furniture. I'm like Fred Flintstone, man. My first pet was a brontosaurus. It's what I say to people. You can't be rowing in opposite directions. You gotta decide at some point whose bad plan is the better bad plan. Because let's be honest, when you're young, you don't have a good plan. When you're young, you both have bad plans. So who's gonna sacrifice and say, "We'll go with your bad plan"? Two people executing a bad plan well will produce better results than two people working in contrast to each other. Like, my wife and I have had our good times, we've had our bad times, but where my wife has finally found the peace of mind is she doesn't fight with me about the hows of the money. My wife asks for something. And she gets it. She may not get it today, but she asks for something, she gets. We were at Disney last December. We were at Disney in July. Disney is my wife's happy place. My wife asked for the spreadsheet. I said, "Here you go." She looked at her account and she's like, "Is my money earmarked for something?" Well, that amount of money is earmarked for Thanksgiving, Christmas, and she wanted to go to Phantom of the Opera. I said, "So that amount of money that you have earmarked there is what you have to pay for the Thanksgiving dinner, Christmas presents, Christmas dinner, Phantom of the Opera tickets." My wife comes back to me and she's like, how much did the Disney trip cost? How much did the hotel cost? Because I have all that. I was like, okay, here's the numbers. My wife comes back and she's like, so if we stay at Shades of Green, which is the military resort, it's only $2,000 for 8 nights. I guess I'm going to Disney because she can cover that. Now, in the next couple of months, she has to come up with a little bit more because she has to cover half of everything. But she wants to do it so much. I was like, I don't really foresee having money to cover half of a Disney trip next year. She's like, I'll cover it. If that's what you really fucking want, do your thing, man. That's what she really fucking wants. She really wants to go to Disney again. Disney's her happy place. Also, our 20-year-old wants to come with us. So she's like, I'll pay for it. That's the answer I love to hear. I love to hear that answer. I'll pay for it. For years and years and years, it was, I want to do this, you pay for it. How about no? How about I don't think so? How about, I pay for what I want? Right, I'm getting tired of running dungeons, so I think we're gonna be approaching the end. My feet and my hands hurt. My wife and I are trying to pay off her student loans. She still wants to go to Disney every year. She had to get the Disney pass. So you can tell your wife from the crazy streamer that you know that if she's still paying off her student loans, she hasn't earned a Disney trip. Her next Disney trip, her next Disney trip comes to celebrate paying off her student loans. It's true though. It is true. Dude, I say this. I know a person who took out a $30,000 second mortgage on their house to take their kids to Disney World. I also want to tell people who, just as a reminder, I'm able to go to Disney every year because my Disney ticket, I pay less than $300 for a 6-day park hopper. Because I'm a disabled vet. Or just, actually on that one, it's just because I am a vet. But, gotta take that advice, but it will be me and my dad basically on a team here. I think Western Ocala is by a few good springs, beach, not super far away, city growth progression, quite more elevated than Miami. Better demographics, hopefully some good schools. So, Ali, how old are your kids? Because there's a thing about Florida that I think is still true. No kids yet? Okay, so when you have kids, or cousins, nieces, nephews, anybody, you gotta look into the Florida public schools. And if it's still on the books, which I don't know if it is, I don't know if it isn't. If your kids do X amount of community service while they're in high school, and they sign up for this program, which is available in every public high school, they have to get a certain GPA and a certain minimum score on the SAT, ACT, and then their college tuition is free. But they have to do the community service hours on a programmed schedule. They can't just decide in senior year they're gonna bang out like 2,000 hours of community service. They have to do X amount, if I remember correctly, they have to do X amount in this year, X amount in this year, X amount in this year. And if they do all that, college is free at a couple of Florida colleges. One of them's FSU. I told my daughter if she wants to move to Florida, we have to do that no later than the start of the next school year. Because I think there's some 8th grade requirements as well. This game is feast or famine, man. Sometimes you play this game and you get all the deviation drops. Sometimes you get none. All right, let me check my dashboard. I do want to say thank you to the person who made the anonymous $100 donation. Let me come out here. I can exit out of here. I can exit all the way out. I don't want to leave you running. Pull this down here. Any advice for instilling good work ethic from early on? I coasted through high school and college, didn't really try and didn't learn a lot of good skills. Okay, that's a great question. I love that. I love that question. I love that question so much. You have to change your whole mentality and the kid's whole mentality when it comes to college. And this is something I did as a teacher, and it annoyed my peers, it annoyed some parents. But here's the thing. If a kid walks in on the pretest, and they get a 95, and on the post test, they get a 95, on their grade, I put A over F. I send it home. For the class, I'm going to give you an A. But for your learning, I'm going to give you an F. You didn't learn shit. You knew 95% of the material before you ever walked into the class. You sat through all my lectures. You supposedly did all the reading. You supposedly did all the homework. And yet, you still only learned 0%. Meanwhile, a kid over here comes in on the pretest and gets a 35. And on the post test, gets an 80. I'm going to give this kid, right? I'm going to give this kid a B over an A. By the grading scale, you only got a B. But you learned, you doubled and then some the amount of information you know about the subject matter. You doubled and then some. So I think that deserves recognition. This person that always gets, there's no way to skip college if you know all the material. Yes, you can. You can skip college if you know all the material. In most situations when you get to college, if you already know most of the material, you can carry more than 5 classes, and then sometimes you don't have to take yes, this was a teacher to school kids. I wrote it for every student. Yes. I matched it, or I wrote it for every student, so they knew where they were academic achievement wise and where they were learning wise. Do you still have to pay for the full course? Sometimes yes. What ends up happening is you end up paying for 40 classes at the university. Sometimes the university doesn't make you pay for classes that you don't need. What happens is the university then gives you credit for a lower level class because you don't need it. Now, some people would say, why would I want to take more classes than I need to? All right, just so everybody can see, because I always like to keep it honest. Because I don't know where my alerts are. Our total is $415 now. And there's the $100 matching the $100 anonymous donation. Go team. $415. Go team. I will match up to another $150 tomorrow, and then I will do my donation tomorrow. So, with that said, you have to pay for the full course because you're paying for the degree. Personally, I don't like the idea of getting credit for classes and then having to take other classes. I want to do my own research. But several of the things I tell people is, if you're going to college to learn something, challenge your kids to know what the hell they're going to do with that degree. Like my daughter, when my daughter was younger, my daughter was all about, I'm going to grow up and I'm going to be a singer. And I said, cool, you're going to grow up and you're going to be a singer. What are you going to do when that doesn't work out? And she says, what do you mean? I said, millions and millions and millions and millions of people want to be singers, actresses, actors. But very few make it. So what are you going to do? Well, she didn't want to work hard. She didn't want to start recording samples. She didn't want to get a voice coach. She wanted the win part of she wanted the lifestyle of the rich and famous, but she didn't want the work to go with it. So now she's in college. She's at community college, and she's going to she wanted to major in art. And again, I said, how are you going to feed yourself? How are you going to feed your family? She's like, what do you mean? I said, majoring in art is great. What are you going to do with it as backup plan? And so she thought about it and she said, well, what if I double major in art and psychology? I become a counselor and then I can do art therapy and then I'll still be able to do my art. That's a fucking plan. That's the plan right there. That's the money. That's the money plan right there. Generation Z is the first generation that mostly said they wanted to be influencer, beating out doctor, lawyer for the first time. Yes. And this is what I tell people, and people think that this is a boast, and this isn't a boast. This isn't a boast in the slightest. I tell people you need to know what the hell you're getting into, because a lot of people aren't going to tell you the truth. A lot of people aren't going to tell you the honest to God truth of how hard it is to make it in streaming. Now, this is not some sort of weird flex. This is a reality check. Hey, look at that guy. Look at that guy. Look at that number. Look at this number right here. If I could ever find the red pen. Look at this number right here. I'm in the top 1.5% of Twitch. Okay? You couldn't fucking feed a small dog for a month on what I make on Twitch. But I'm in the top 1%. 1.5%. Being in the top, there was a point in time that I was in the top 0.5% of Twitch. And I still wasn't gonna be able to feed a family. Now, if I had to feed my family, I wouldn't say the things I say. I wouldn't act the way I act. I wouldn't do the things I do. I would be Johnny Positive all the time. Oh, that's a great opinion. That's a great view. I'd probably make 8 times as much money, 10 times as much money. Right? Yeah, you need to be in the top % of a percent. If you died Twitch and YouTube. Magnus, my company made, because I don't make anything doing this. I don't take a dime of this. I figure out how much I need to keep all the domains and stuff running. I spend down everything else. Charity, because I can only donate 10% of my income to charity. That's a law. You can't ghost income on the corporate world. Where is this? So we've had approximately $42.98 in income this year. So I could donate $429 in charity, except I don't have it to donate this year because I have to pay. I have to pay for the domains. I have to pay for some licensing. Yeah, the Ashes White Knights would have loved you if you needed the money, right? The Ashes White Knights would have loved me because I would have continued to defend Ashes of Creation because I needed to put money in my pocket. I don't blame people that say what they say because they need to feed themselves. But when it comes to Generation Z doesn't understand that there is a lot of hard work that goes into being a successful influencer. Like, and people look at Asmongold, and I say all the time, I'm not taking a single thing away from Zach. Because Zach has Zach in one show will accumulate more watch hours than my channel has in total. And that is, it is what it is. It is what it is. It's his passion. People with passion for the work usually do better. It's not his passion. It's not his passion. Passion is what keeps him on top. What got him on top was the window of opportunity. Notice I didn't say luck. Right place, right time. If you take, it didn't hurt though. You're right, it didn't hurt. But if you had the ability to snap Asmongold out of existence, snap him out of existence altogether, and he's never existed, and that streamer void magically was filled by somebody else. Asmongold doesn't get as popular today if he starts today. Who was the streamer, really big streamer, that just tried to replicate their success? They started on I forgot I forgot which streamer it was, but they didn't use their name. They streamed for like 8 hours and got no viewers. Let me see if I can find who it is. It was Ludwig. Ludwig, in August of 2025, he started an experiment where he streamed for 5 hours before someone recognized his voice and came into the chat. Well, right. If you started your company right now, you'd probably fail if I did the same thing as I did like 30 years ago. Right. The space is different now. So many young people, like my daughter broke up with a boyfriend. She broke up with the boyfriend because the boyfriend thought it was the coolest fucking thing ever that I was a streamer, that I was a Twitch partner. And it was when I was getting a couple of hundred average viewers. He thought it was the coolest fucking thing ever. She wouldn't shut up about it. So she broke up with him. She's like, look, that's my dad. I know all about what my dad does. I don't need to hear it. There's a reality show about a multimillionaire starting with a bus ticket and a burner phone, trying to get $1 million from scratch. Yeah, there is. Yeah, she didn't like dating a fan of her father. Exactly. The thing about, seriously, and I mean this, a lot of things that made millions even a year ago won't make millions today. Things that made millions years and years ago won't make millions today. The trick is, Asmongold didn't get radical with his views and his takes and his behavior until he didn't need to make any more money. There is a certain freedom that comes with the John Goodman, I have fuck you money. There's a certain freedom that comes with, I have enough money in the bank that I can pay my bills for the rest of my life. If you have that, you can make even more money. If you have, for some people, if you have all the money that you're ever going to need, then you ultimately can make even more money because you don't have to worry about what you say or what you do or how you act or how you behave, and you can resonate with the right people. He had phases. I guess you could try to replicate the phases, but the better way to see is each of his phases succeeded and learn a bit why he chose them and the timing. Like his first phase was WoW Achievement Rating Guide. He amassed a loyal following before his next phase, Variety Gaming, and his final phase today, reaction content. He fully understands his own appeal, and I guess in a way, if you give it enough thought, it's possible. But with Owly, the problem is you can't do that now. When Asmongold got popular, there were nowhere near as many streamers on Twitch. Like, let me show you a crazy fucking statistic, right? This is a crazy statistic right now. And this is what I try to tell people. There are 137,000 channels broadcasting right now. Okay, you don't tell your kid to put all their, like, here's, if your kid is a good athlete, like I'll give you a story. I have a slit tendon in my wrist. I got hurt. I probably would have pitched in the minors. Would I have pitched in the majors? I have no idea. A couple of people have said probably. Most people have said, reality speaking, the odds are always against you. I had parents that said baseball is your second plan. You may think it's your first plan. It's your second plan. And I used to say, well, no, it's my first plan. My father was like, you're not listening. Baseball is your second plan because if you don't have A's, you won't play baseball. You're a minor. You need parent signatures to do these things. If you don't have A's, you don't have permission to do these other things. This is Shaq. He tells his kids, to touch my cheese, you got to have 2 degrees. That's daddy's money. If you don't want daddy's money, do whatever you want. I had a girlfriend who was top 0.1% soccer player. Fell, hurt her knee. That was the end of her soccer career. Kids have to be told the reality. Let me do the number real quick. So every year there is a whole bunch of coaches across America that are telling high school students that they need to worry about their high school football career. This is how many kids play high school football, right? And now, we're gonna say, all in all, you're gonna see two numbers for college football. I'm going to limit it to this number because these are the colleges that you can realistically go pro from. Right? There's another number that's about 20,000 players higher, but the realistic number of going pro from one of those other 20,000 schools. And then this is how many pro football players there are. So we've got a situation where your odds of going pro are that. Except your odds of going pro are even smaller. Because we take this number, we divide it by 4, right? That means at any given time, there's going to be 18,428 slots available on college teams. Now, you take this number, you divide it by 4 as well, because that includes freshmen, sophomore, juniors, and seniors. But your likelihood of going pro in football is mathematically against you. If you go all in on sports, though, if you temper your expectations on quality of life at the start, just needs to be lower. If you fail, you have to start over at an older age, right? Well, your scenario is correct, assuming they make it. If you remember, you can go 100% all in on sports and never actually make it and never go anywhere. If you go all in on sports and you actually do make it, remember, you have to take all of the money that you make and you have to spread it across a lifetime. Or you're going to be like athletes who end up getting regular jobs. See, I say this to Twitch streamers all the time. All the fucking time. When you're making money, and the people that actually listen to me, they're getting themselves set up. I told you about the girl. She's a member of our community. Well, she's kind of left our community, not for anything bad, but she's doing her own thing now. This girl was making between $75,000 and $168,000 a month on OnlyFans. And she was in the stream once, and after the stream, she talked to me, and we were going through, and she said, I don't feel like I'm ever making any progress. And I said, what do you mean you don't feel like you're making any progress? She said, I don't feel like I'm making any progress in life. Okay, what does that mean? What the fuck is this? What? I said, what is I don't feel like I'm making any progress in life mean? She says, I make $75,000 to $168,000 a month. And I feel like I'm always broke. And so I said, well, I'm going to need to see like financial stuff to give you advice. Well, I'm seeing like fucking her weekend getaway to Disney which she did shots for, and she was an Instagram model, and she does featured things, and she makes money not just on OnlyFans, but OnlyFans is where the bulk of her money comes from. I said, but why did it cost you $25,000 to go to Disney World for 2 days? She's like, oh, well, I had my 6 girlfriends with me. I said, did they generate you any money? No, leave their ass at home. I said, those are people that are that are following you around for a fucking free ride. So what I showed her was, I said, at the time, she was 20. I said, you make money here. You make $168,000 right here. So you need to divide that into 3. And I said, you need to take your 168,000, and the first thing you need to do is your 168,000. You need to times this by 0.65 because all the taxes you're going to pay. So you times that by 0.65. So you take this 168,000, and that becomes 109,200. And then you have to divide this by 3. And this 3 needs to be 36,400 for your business operation, 36,400 for you, and 36,400 for future you. I said, now, you then gets divided into needs, wants, and savings. The same thing I have on my Jalan channel. I said, this $36,400 is for when you're 66 and 11 months old. 66 and 10 months old. That 36,000 is getting deposited, right, for 46 years from now. And she's like, well, why would I be doing that? I said, do you plan on showing your 67-year-old titties on OnlyFans? And she's like, well, no, I don't plan on doing this forever. I said, so what the fuck are you gonna do when your body dries up and you can't make money anymore? I said, that you're saving that money today so you never have to work. I know a stripper who stripped for 10 years. She stripped for 10 years. She has 2 paid off cars, no college loan, a master's degree. Her house is paid for. Her kids have college funds. She has a job just for something to do, but she doesn't work like crazy hours. While my brother was going out partying and doing drugs with his money, I was sleeping to get up the next day. Right. And therein lies the problem. People show up around me with a fucking handout, trying to get a handout, and I'm like, nah, bitch. Ain't no handouts around here. There ain't no handouts around here. I give hand ups. I give hand ups. And as I said to a person once, I said, I don't give handouts, I give hand ups. And from your lack of job skills, you better get really good at giving hand jobs, because that's really the only way you're going to make money. You better get real good at stroking meat, because you're not interested. You knew it was coming. I live in a $300,000 house. It's not a flex. Housing is fucking expensive. I like to give people a reality. Refresh my tracker. Yeah, the tracker never wants to play nice. 540. Somebody donated $125. Yeah, the tracker on Extra Life Game Day, the tracker never wants to update in real time. So I'm going to have to do another matching tomorrow. That's nice. That takes us over $540. I appreciate that. It's amazing. I don't know why the tracker isn't working. It just doesn't want to work. Come on, buddy. But I said to a person, if you get to this point through hard work, then I'll put some anchors in for you and we'll keep you there at your hard work. And then if you get up to the next level, I'll put some anchors in so you can get up to the next level. But I'm not interested in saving people. I'm not interested in saving anybody. I've done that shit. I'm not interested in saving you. I'm also not interested in falling down. I don't want to come down to your level. I want you to get the fuck up here to mine. And I'm not trying to be rude about it. I'm not trying to be mean, but that's the motivation. So this girl making all this money, she sat down. She actually listened. She did it my way. She did it my way. She got rid of the fucking leeches. What she started saying to them is, if you're gonna come to Disney on my dollar, then you're gonna have to start getting up when I get up. You're gonna have to, because she got up before everybody else to do photo work with the photographer. She's like, I don't have a problem with helping you get started. I don't have a problem putting you in on my Instagram and launching you from me, but you're gonna pay me for the launch off. But if you're not interested in getting up because she's getting up at 4 a.m. while on vacation to get her hair done, her makeup done, get into the dress, be there for sunrise, get the breakfast, do the thing, all these bits. And then the fucking leeches are waking up at 10 and just, oh, you're done for the day. Let's go party. She's got rentals and property and all these other things. And people are like, I don't get how you've been able to put together what you've been able to put together. Well, that's simple. She worked her ass off for it. She worked her ass off for it. Hi, buddy. That's what matters. Yeah, she literally worked her ass off. So now she's got a degree in marketing. She's got a degree in marketing, and she has said she didn't really pay attention to the OnlyFans stigma while she was in college. She just did it. Nobody found out. She was able to go to college. Nobody found out. She was never in a class and somebody be like, holy shit, I know you. Some months she did really good. Some months she did worse. Advertising months she did really well. She started making a little bit more money through Instagram. She started making a little bit more money through TikToks. So she's happy where she's at. She said, I thought that I'd be doing OnlyFans, and that's the only thing I'd ever do. She's like, now I have like 5 rental properties. She's like, now I have a degree. Now I can help other people do what you helped me do. She's like, I don't have to show my tits and my ass on fucking OnlyFans anymore. She's like, will I? For a while. She's like, but now I don't. Now that money is all investment money. Good. You did something smart with it. Now I gotta fucking PM her and be like, hey, extra life donation. Speaking of, I just got word I need to get off. I have something I have to take care of. Life. Jeff Goldblum in Jurassic Park. Life finds a way. Life has come up and bit my family in the ass. Once again, I will be back tomorrow for a little bit to try to raise some money. I got to do another donation tomorrow. I don't want to do it right now because then it'll look weird on my taxes. Because it'll be like, why'd you make 2 transactions? So I'll do it tomorrow. And then we'll try to squeeze $25 out of some people. And then I'll donate my 100. So right now we're looking at a minimum of 540, 640, 740, 765. No, 790. Looks like we should be at 790. So I'll squeeze you guys tomorrow for money.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gale, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are a figment